Good evening and welcome to another Friday show with the BreakTraders community here, and we've got a lot in store. At a minimum, we are going till 12 o'clock tonight, possibly even a little longer, depending on how much action we get from you all. Right now, we have breaks scheduled from 7:30 to 10 o'clock. And then we'll probably take a little break after that break that's done at 10. And then we'll jump back in at 10:30 with some more Chronicles draft picks. And that's what we're all waiting for tonight, right? It's the Chronicles draft picks release party. There's 6 packs per box, 8 cards per pack. And we're still running a discount on those, 30% off. We've got, I think, 3 breaks posted right now on the website. A pick your team, a division random, and a team random. And we're excited to get going with this. We also have 4 Chronicles on eBay auctions as well. And right now, this one is full, but our next break, 963, we have some things to get going or to auction off there. But because we're so excited about tonight's break, we're gonna actually start running our giveaways right off the bat right now. So we're gonna do our first giveaway of the night, or first movie keyword of the night, right here, right now. For those of you that don't know how keywords work, I'll put a keyword on the screen, and once it's in the chat, you will be able to, you'll have 1 minute to guess the movie that it's associated with. You can also type the keyword in the chat to be automatically entered to win a random giveaway. Hey, Talsey, great to see you. And that keyword, John, are we ready?
I thought we were, but I just realized there's an issue with my Give me a moment.
We're about to get rocking on this.
Okay, we're ready.
We're ready. The first keyword is boyfriend. Hey, Sean, good to see you. Shannon, good to see you. T-Man, hello, hello, hello. "51st Dates" is incorrect. Kissing Booth, incorrect. Just Friends, incorrect. Jonathan, good to see you. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, incorrect. Good to see you. Cynthia. Hello, Anthony. Yes, please feel free to throw us a like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We really appreciate the likes if you enjoy what you're seeing. We got 8 right now. Would love to get that into the double digits. We're up to 9. Would love to see that. Alrighty. There we go. So we are ready to rock and roll. Here we go. This is break 962, the 2021 Chronicles draft picks college football.
Do we have an option for this?
We do not. In one second, we are getting that listed right now. The teams on the side. Here we go. Here's the 6 packs. 8 cards per pack. Now let's see what happens here. Exciting, exciting day with this release. Let's go Buffalo for sure. We starting right out of the bat with a Mac Jones Prestige. Mac Jones Prestige, followed by a Mac Jones Chronicles base. Mac Jones from Alabama and now of the New England Patriots going to Marie, followed by a Score 2020 rookie. That's Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. And then we have the Donruss 2021 out of 149. That's Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that's going to Steven. Love that. This looks like a super old school card. Really like that. We have the filler right there, followed up by a Jamie Newman, the recon of Jamie Newman of the Eagles. And then we're going to have a Travis Etienne right off the bat right there. Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Justin. And it's Kyle Trask with the Donruss rated rookie silver of Tampa Bay. And that is going to Nick. And the last pack in this is the Flux, Aziz Oluhari. And that is going to be a New York Giant. Alrighty. Some strong quarterbacks in that first pack with the Mac Jones and the Kyle Trask pulls. We've got Jalen Waddle of Alabama, of the Miami Dolphins, and that's going to be going to Zane. And then we have a Prestige Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Steven, followed up by a Chronicles base Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hey John, good to see you. And then our first memorabilia, it's Chugga Hubbard! And that is a monster patch with the encased right there, the substantial swatches. And that Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers is going to be going to Glenn. Followed up by a Kyle Trask, the XR Kyle Trask of the Atlanta Falcons going to Brian. And then we have Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings, the Illusions edition. And that is going to be going to Sean. Followed up by Kadarius Toney, the Select of the New York Giants going to Nick. And a blue Select field level, that's Travis Etienne. That's going to be out of 99, and that's going to Justin with the Jaguars. We've got another Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. That's a Score rookie, followed by Sean Wade of the San Francisco 49ers going to Steve. And then we have another Kyle Trask. This one a Prestige Worldwide edition of Kyle Trask and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then it looks like we're going to have a Donruss, and it's going to be a Donruss rated rookie auto. And this is going to be a Minnesota Viking. It is going to Zane, and that is Patrick Jones II. Nice hit right there. Nice hit right there. And we got another filler, followed by Travis Etienne, the Recon edition, with the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Justin. A Devonta Smith, the Philadelphia Eagles, going to Ashley. Larry Roundtree III. Larry Roundtree III of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Sean. And Mr. Trey Lance with the silver rated rookie edition going to Steve with the 49ers. Oh, sorry about that. Sean Wade is a Raven. I misspoke there. I apologize. we always double check all these cards before we sort as well. So if I misspeak, it will be fixed in the sorting room. We've got Carlos Boogie Basham. Carlos Boogie Basham with the Donruss edition of the Buffalo Bills going to Anthony. A Kyle Pitts Prestige. Kyle Pitts Prestige of the Atlanta Falcons going to Brian. Then we've got Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. And that is going to Jason. Followed by our next, it's going to be a substantial swash. And that is Pat Fryermuth from the Penn State Nittany Lions. And now a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to William. Then we've got Jamar Chase, the Illusions edition of Jamar Chase, and that is going to be going to Steven with the Bengals. Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Pete. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I think that's our third Kyle Trask right there, going to Nick. And a Jamar Chase Silver Select edition, and that is of the Bengals going to Steven. We've got the Elijah Moore, the red score. That's going to be out of 149, right? Oh, nope, that one's not numbered. Elijah Moore of the New York Jets, followed by the Donruss Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Nick. Then you got the Prestige Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Jason. I will fix that right after this break. I think it should be working on everything. It might just not be working on that one. Pick your team. And then we have our next memorabilia / auto is going to be an auto, and that is Brennan Knox. Brennan Knox of the Score, and that is the Dallas Cowboy, and that's going to Pete. Followed up by Jamie Newman of the Eagles, a Larry Roundtree III, Larry Roundtree of the Los Angeles Chargers. Then we've got Terrace Marshall Jr., of the Carolina Panthers, and the Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts, Kwity Paye of the Colts, the Flux edition, and that's going to Sean. Alrighty, our last pack here. The Kyle Pitts Chronicles Base Edition, followed by Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Marie. Then we got Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Sean. And then our memorabilia is going to be out of 99, and that is Mr. Kellen Mond, the rookie patch auto of the Minnesota Vikings going to Sean. We have Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos, followed up by Michael Carter of the New York Jets. And then we've got our first one of the big QBs, not our first, Justin Fields Select Edition. And then we have Trey Lance, that Justin Fields of the Bears going to Justin, and Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Steve. Alrighty, let's run these players down. We got Trey Lance of the 49ers to Steve, Justin Fields of the Bears going to Justin, Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Anthony, followed by Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Ashley. We have Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Sean, Mac Jones of the Patriots to Marie, Kyle Pitts Chronicles Base Edition of the Falcons going to Brian, Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Sean, Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Glenn, Larry Roundtree II of the Los Angeles Chargers, and that is going to be going to Sean as well. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Ashley. The Sage Surratt Prestige of the Detroit Lions to Jason. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay to Nick. Elijah Moore of the Jets going to Anthony. Jamar Chase of the Bengals is going to Steven. Then we got Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Nick. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys going to Pete. Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Steven. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions going to Jason as well. The Kyle Pitts Prestige of the Atlanta Falcons going to Brian. Carlos Boogie Basham going to Anthony. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers to Steven. Larry Roundtree of the Chargers going to Sean. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Ashley. Travis Etienne Recon of the Jaguars. And that is going to be going to Justin, followed by a Prestige Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay to Nick. Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to Cynthia. Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers to Glenn. The Travis Etienne Blue 68 out of 99 of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Justin. Kadarius Toney of the Giants going to Nick. Kellen Mond of the Vikings going to Sean. Kyle Pitts of the Falcons going to Brian. Kyle Trask to Nick. Prestige Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Steven. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins to Zane. Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Nick. Kyle Trask, rated rookie of Tampa Bay to Nick. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Justin. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Ashley. Jamar Chase out of 149 of the Bengals going to Steven. Kylan Hill of Green Bay going to Sean. And then we have 2 Mac Joneses of the Patriots going to Marie. Alrighty, let's get into these featured cards, of which there's quite a few. Alrighty, we have the Brendan Knox score auto and the Patrick Jones the second Donruss rated rookie auto. That Brendan Knox of the Dallas Cowboys is going to be going to Pete, and Patrick Jones the second of the Minnesota Vikings is going to Sean. Then we've got 2 substantial swatches. Chubba Hubbard of the Panthers going to Glenn, and Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to William. And then our big hit right here, it's number 8 out of 99 from Texas A&M, and now a quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. It is Kellen Mond, and that is going to be going to Sean. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 962. The end of break 962. Alrighty, let me get that discount code fixed right now. And that's only on Chronicles breaks, not on boxes, but we don't have any boxes anyway to sell. And I'm just fixing that code quick for y'all. I apologize for the delay. In the meantime, we can start with our auction for the next break. We have the Atlanta Falcons, the Carolina Panthers, and the Bengals to auction off. We're going to start with the Atlanta Falcons. And we will start the bidding at $5 for the Falcons. $5 for the Falcons. We have 10 from Ronald Warner. 10 from Ronald Warner. There we go. That discount code is fixed now, Mr. CEO. 10 from Ronald Warner. Do we have 15? 15. You're chasing those Kyle Pitts autos. Let's get this countdown going. 30 seconds. The highest bid at the end of 30 seconds will win the Falcons. Thanks, Harry. Alrighty, that countdown is complete. The countdown is complete. $10. Ronald, you can send that payment to the link in the chat. The next team we are doing is the Panthers, and we will start the bidding at the Panthers at $5. $5 for the Panthers. No movie clues beside boyfriend so far. $5 from Shannon. Shannon has the $5 to get $5 right now. Do we have 10? Panthers equals Chubba 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 Hubbard. $10 from Cynthia. 10 from Cynthia. Do we have 15? With that 10, we'll start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. T-Man did snipe that. $15 right there. Right at the end, $15 for the Panthers. And now the last team to auction off starting at $5 is the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals for $5. They took J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn, a cornerback with the 8th pick. We have 10 from Josh Franklin. 10 from Josh Franklin. And we will start that countdown right now. $15 from Jake with 25 seconds remaining. We have you, Jake. We see the 15. 10 seconds left. 5. Team at Mr. CEO with 20. Mr. CEO with 20. Just in before T-Man with the 20. I don't have my phone on me right now, so I can't take a photo, but I can show you even on here, we're showing the 20 from Mr. CEO right before T-Man. Alrighty. I don't think you're delayed. He just got it. He was just a second ahead of you. And we know what to do. Get those payments in payments in via PayPal. We have Ron has to send 10, T-Man 15, and Mr. CEO 20. All right, in the meantime, type boyfriend in the chat. Boyfriend in the chat to be entered to win our next giveaway, or to be entered for this next giveaway. Boyfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend. Harry. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jonathan McKissick.
Jonathan getting the Topps Series 2 baseball pack right here. The fish out of water of the Marlins, followed by Kwang Hyun Kim of the Cardinals. The south side strength of the White Sox. Giancarlo Stanton of the Yankees, followed up by Shane Bieber of Cleveland. We have Yandy Diaz of the Rays, Nick Castellanos of the Reds, Jordan Hicks of the Cardinals, Alex Colome of the Twins, the Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. Then we have Dwight Smith Jr. of the Reds, Eric Hosmer of the Padres, Nick Markakis of the Braves, and Kevin Newman of the Pirates. Ron, please send your payment to the link in the chat, or use the or go to PayPal at BreakTraders. Ronald Warner. Okay. All right, we have received payment. Here we go. This is $9.63. Thanks, Ron. So it was just a little delayed on our end. 8 cards per pack, 6 packs per box. We've got Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals, and after this one, we're just gonna run down QBs and the big numbers. I'll make sure to announce who's getting what on each one. We have Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Mr. CEO. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Nick. Followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to T-Man. Then we have Rashad Bateman out of 149 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Kevin. We have a filler right there. Then we have another Chubba Hubbard. This one, the Illusions of the Carolina Panthers going to T-Man. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Nick. Then we have a select Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Anthony. And Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Mr. CEO. We've got Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens. Followed by another Kyle Trask I think that's the 7th Kyle Trask we've pulled so far tonight in less than 8 total packs. And we've got Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Steve, followed by our next. It's going to be a Sage Surratt, the full coverage patch. Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Brian. There we go right there. Sage Surratt, full coverage. Followed up by our first, the big boy. It's Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Damon. Then we've got Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask again, this one the XR of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Nick. We've got Najee Harris. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jake. And then we have a Carlos Boogie Basham. Carlos Boogie Basham, this one out of 149. The Red Flux of the Buffalo Bills going to Anthony. We've got Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask again of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Nick. Followed up by a Oklahoma State Chuba Hubbard. Oklahoma State Chuba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to T-Man. Followed up by a Prestige Larry Roundtree II of the Los Angeles Chargers to Mr. CEO. And Tulsey, if you liked that boogie, then you're certainly going to like this one. It is an Origins Carlos Boogie Basham auto of the Buffalo Bills going to Anthony. 2 Wake Forest players with our first 2 hits. Then we got a filler right there, followed by Najee Harris Illusions. Najee Harris Illusions of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jake. And then a Trevor Lawrence Recon. Trevor Lawrence Recon of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Damon. Hey, Roxanne, come lay down, please. We've got another, this one, a Micah Parsons Flux of the Dallas Cowboys going to Sean. And Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Brian. And now we are halfway through this break. Another Kyle Trask. Another Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then we have Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Brian. Sage Surratt of the Lions to Brian. Then we have the Chronicles base Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Ronald. And then, you asked for him, T-Man. Here you go. The man you were chasing of the Carolina Panthers. Down and dirty. It is Terrace Marshall Jr. Congratulations, T-Man, on that nice hit right there. Followed up by Devonta Smith, the XR edition of the Philadelphia Eagles. And holy moly, another Kyle Trask, this one Illusions. We're going to have to start a Kyle Trask counter. So we had 6 in the first box. Let's see what we're going to get in this one. Then we've got Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Nick. Or we had 5 in the first box. Sorry, 5 in the first box. We'll see how many we got at the end of this. And then a silver rated rookie, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Cody. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Ron, followed by Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts. Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Jake. And then we have another Kyle Trask, or Mac Jones. This one a Prestige edition of the Patriots to Ron. And then our next auto is going to be Blake Prohl. Blake Prohl of the Minnesota Vikings from Eastern Carolina University. And that is going to be going to Nick. Our filler right there, followed by a Quiddy Pay Recon edition of the Indianapolis Colts going to Jake. The Dylan Moses of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Damon. A Select Mac Jones of the New England Patriots to Ron. And a Najee Harris Spectra of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jake. We have the Mac Jones Base Chronicles edition, followed by Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Then we've got Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Javier. That Kylan Hill with the Packers going to Brian. And then our next hit is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is out of 99, and that is Davis Mills. Davis Mills with that nice 2-color patch right there of the Houston Texans going to Jason. Followed up by a Terrace Marshall Jr. XR edition of the Carolina Panthers to T-Man. Then we got Carlos Boogie Basham, the Recon, and this might be the blue out of 99 for the Buffalo Bills going to Anthony. Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to T-Man. And then it is Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Damon. Yeah, not a great Bears break for sure. Alrighty, let's run down the hit rookies right here before we get into the memorabilia and autos. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars going to Damon. The Carlos Boogie Basham out of 99 of the Bills going to Anthony. Mac Jones Chronicles Base, Mac Jones Select, Mac Jones Prestige, and Mac Jones Score of the New England Patriots going to Ron. We got the silver Trey Lance rated rookie going to Cody. Followed up by Kyle Trask, Illusions of Tampa Bay to Nick. Kyle Trask Donruss to Nick. Trevor Lawrence Recon going to the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Damon. Kyle Trask Score to Nick. The Carlos Boogie Basham Red out of 149 going to Anthony. Kyle Trask XR, that's number 4 for Kyle Trask right there, going to Nick. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars to Damon. Kyle Trask Prestige, there's number 5, going to Nick. Zach Wilson of the Select of the New York Jets going to Anthony. Rashad Bateman out of 149 of the Baltimore Ravens going to Kevin. And Kyle Trask Chronicles Base. Kyle Trask Chronicles Base going of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Nick. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have the full coverage Sage Surratt and the down and dirty Terrace Marshall Jr. Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Brian, and Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to T-Man. Next up, our autos. We have a member of the Minnesota Vikings. That is Blake Prohl. And then we have Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills. That Blake Prohl of the Vikings going to Nick, and Carlos Boogie Basham going to Anthony. And then our numbered, this is the rookie patch auto, and it is Mr. Davis Mills from Stanford, and now a member of the Houston Texans, and that's going to Jason, and that is the end of break 963. And we will be right back with our next keyword giveaway and from BT Park. Yep. Alrighty, here we go. We're going to get into this Select Baseball 2021 Select. But first, we have a team to auction. and that is going to be the Miami Marlins. And we are going to start the bidding there for $5. $5 from T-Man. T-Man with 5. Got to be in increments of 5, Jacob. T-Man with 5 is the current high bid. I think, hey Jack, thanks for joining us. Yeah, we've got quite a few Chronicles draft picks on the website right now. You can take 30% off with promo code CronDP30, CronDP30, and that will, and I do believe that those will fill and break for sure. We've got 21 spots left in a team random of Chronicles. We've got 32 spots left in a pick your team of Chronicles. And it looks like another division random just sold out. And that will be going off at about 12:10. Number 800 right there. Alrighty, let's get this countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. T-Man has it currently with $5. T-Man takes it with 15. T-Man takes it with 15. Oof. And I'm just trying to bring it up to show that he had it. What'd you say? Yeah, the anti-snipe bid right there. And as you can see on our screen, we have Cynthia with 10 getting in with just over 2 seconds left. And then T-Man with 15 seconds with just over the 1 minute left. T-Man, you know what to do. Drop that payment link into the... Drop that link into the chat, or drop your payment into the link in the chat. Payment has been sent, and we are going to do our next keyword giveaway while we make sure to receive that. Are you ready, John?
Sure.
Alrighty. And this keyword is going to be plain. Con Air, no. Good on paper. Sean is correct. Sean is correct. And let's see what he's gonna get. He's gonna get a. No, that shouldn't be in there. That's not anything really of value. So let's give you something, a pack. Well, Sean, you can choose. Do you want the pack or do you want the Patrick Queen? You let us know. Perfect. Yeah, I do have, right? Yeah, I'm definitely going to be giving him both. I don't know why that one was in there. I do try to put some cards in there, but usually worth at least $5. Kevin Durant of the Nets, Marc Gasol, Terrence Davis, RC, and Markieff Morris. There you go. Those are ready to go, or that giveaway is to Sean. And here we go. This is 964, the 2021 Select Baseball Pick Your Team auction. 12 packs in this box, 5 cards per pack. We've got the Drew Rasmussen RC of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that's going to be going to Mr. CEO, followed by Letty Traveris of the Rangers going to Adam, and Enola Paredes of the Astros going to Enrique, followed by Jahmai Jones of the Orioles going to William, and then Kohai Aria of the Texas Rangers going to Adam. Look at that. That entire pack was just RCs right there. No problem, Sean. We've got Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals, and that's going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. And then out of 99, we have the select patch Alberto Mondesi of the Kansas City Royals going to Brian. Followed by the 25-man Trevor Bauer of Cincinnati going to Brian. And then Jermaine Marquez of the Colorado Rockies going to Brian as well. Justin Turner of the Los Angeles Dodgers, followed by Trevor Bauer of the Dodgers. A red Christian Pache, the red Christian Pache right there. And that is out of 199 of the Atlanta Braves. And that is going to Jacob. And then we have Kyle Tucker of the Houston Astros, and Casey Mize of the Detroit Tigers. Monducci. Thank you, Harry. I don't remember. I am not a baseball fan. Never really was. We've got Max Scherzer of the Nationals, Tyler Stevenson of the Cincinnati Reds, and that's going to Brian. Followed up by Johan Ovidio of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that is going to Jacob. Then we have Joe Adele, the Joe Adele right there, and that looks like the tricolor. And that is of the Los Angeles Angels, and that is going to be going to Jacob. Followed by William Contreras of the Braves going to Jacob as well. We have Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Jacob. Derek Hill of the Detroit Tigers going to Brian. And then our next one, memorabilia, this is going to be Spencer Howard. Spencer Howard of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Jacob. And that is a monster patch right there. Jose Ramirez moonshots and Justin Verlander of the Houston Astros to wrap up that pack, and we're about to be halfway through. We have another thick boy in here. This one, it's just a filler. We have Chris Bryant of the Cubs, Gleyber Torres of the Yankees, a white out of 50, Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds going to Brian, followed up by Garrett Cole of the Yankees and Alex Bregman of the Astros. We've got Kyle Tucker of Houston, Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves, going to Jacob. Then we got Jose Barrios of the Twins, the Silver Jose Aguilera of the Angels, and Keegan Akin of the Baltimore Orioles. Going to William. Yu Darvish of the Padres, followed by Jorge Oña of San Diego. Jorge Oña of the Padres, and that is going to Richard. And then our next one is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds, and that's going to Brian. Followed by Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs and Whit Merrifield of the Kansas City Royals. We have Max Fried of the Braves, followed by Trevor Rogers of the Marlins, the Moonshots Jose Abreu of the Chicago White Sox, followed by a 25-man Manny Machado. Then we've got Jonah Heim of the Oakland Athletics, and that is going to Brian. And 3 packs left in this break. Jorge Guzman of the Marlins, followed by Monte Harrison, also of the Marlins. And then we have a blue, and that is going to be out of 149, and that's David Peterson of the New York Mets going to Richard. We have a filler right there. We have the tricolor Manny Machado of the Padres, and that's going to Richard, followed by Luis Robert of the Chicago White Sox, and that is going to Bobby and Marla. We've got Fernando Tatis Jr., followed by Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story of the Colorado Rockies. And then our next memorabilia is going to be a rookie patch auto, and that is out of 299, and that's Brian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Jacob. Followed up by DJ LeMahieu, the Electric. DJ LeMahieu Electric right there. And David Peterson of the Mets going to Richard. And on to our last pack in this one. We've got Jahmai Jones of the Orioles, followed by Juan Soto of the Nationals, Chicago's Cubs Anthony Rizzo, a hot rookies Luis Garcia of the Nationals, and Luis Patino of the Tampa Bay the Tampa Bay Rays. Alrighty, let's run these rookies down. Luis Patino of the Rays going to Brian. Luis Garcia of the Nationals going to Mr. CEO. Jahmai Jones of the Orioles going to William. David Peterson of the Mets to Richard. The blue out of 149 of the Mets, and that is going to Richard as well. Monte Harrison of the Marlins. Jorge Guzman of the Marlins. Johan Heim of the Oakland Athletics going to Brian. Trevor Rogers of the Marlins going to T-Man. Braylon Marquez of the Chicago Cubs going to Brian. Jorge Oña of the San Diego Padres going to Richard. Keegan Aitken of the Orioles going to William. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Jacob. Derek Hill of the Detroit Tigers to Brian. Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Jacob. William Contreras of Atlanta going to Jacob. Hey, what's up, Double M? Great to see you. The Joe Adele tricolor of the Los Angeles Angels going to Jacob. Johan Ovidio of the Cardinals going to Jacob. Tyler Stevenson of the Reds going to Bobby and Marla. Casey Mize of Detroit going to Brian. Luis Garcia of the Nationals to Mr. CEO. Kohai Aria of the Texas Rangers going to Adam. Jahmai Jones of the Orioles going to William. Enola Paredes of the Astros going to Enrique. Letty Tavares of the Rangers going to Adam. And Drew Rasmussen of the Brewers going to Mr. CEO. Yes, sir. There's at least one team available in the next 2 breaks. All right, on to our featured cards. First, out of 199, it is Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Jacob. And then we have the white out of 50, Aristides Aquino of the Cincinnati Reds going to Brian. Followed up, we have our first two memorabilias. We have the Spencer Howard RC patch and the Alberto Mondesi of the Kansas City Royals. The Kansas City Royals going to Brian, and Spencer Howard of the Phillies going to Jacob. And then we have 2 rookie patch autos out of 299. We have Jose Garcia of the Reds, and we have Ke'Bryan Hayes of the Pirates. The Pirates going to Jacob Higgins, and the Cincinnati Reds going to Brian. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 964, the 2021 Panini Select Baseball. And we will be right back from the hardwood. Here we go. We've got some Revolution basketball for you. And first, we have one team to auction off. That's going to be the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm walking in Memphis, and we will start the bidding at $5. We have 10 from T-Man. 10 from T-Man. Do we have 15? $15 from Cynthia. 15 from Cynthia. Let's get this countdown started. Let's get it started. We have 15 from Cynthia, the current high bid. 20 seconds remaining. 10. 25 from Double M with 3 seconds left. Just beats out Sean with the 20. Double M, you know what to do. The PayPal link is in the chat. And while we wait to receive that payment, we'll run the giveaway for Plane. Type Plane in the chat. Plane. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
And Harry Hood going with the 2021 Panini Contenders. Or 2019 Panini Contenders football. We've got Josh Norman of the Washington Redskins, Myles Garrett of the Browns. We have the Oakland Raiders, Derek Carr, MVP contenders Jimmy Garoppolo, Russell Wilson of the Seahawks, Duke Johnson Jr., Bobby Wagner, and Keenan Allen. There you go, John. All righty. Here we go. This is break number 956, the Revolution One Box Pick Your Team. And we know what we're looking for here. We're looking for those parallels. We've got 8 of them in this pack, or in this box, 4 inserts and 4 rookies. We have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder right there, followed by a DeJounte Murray of the Spurs, Jason Tatum of the Celtics, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, and that is the Groove edition. Kyle Kuzma, Groove of the Lakers, and that's going to David. Followed up by a Vortex Pascal Siakam of the Toronto Raptors, going to Mr. CEO. We've got Colin Sexton of the Cavaliers, and that Colin Sexton of the Cavs, followed by Aaron Gordon of the Magic, Paul George of the Clippers. We've got the Giannis, and that is a Giannis Fractal of the Bucks, and that is going to Eric, followed by a rookie Revolution, Devin Vassell, RC of the Spurs, going to Mr. CEO. Davis Bertans of the Wizards, followed by DeMar DeRozan of the Spurs, Damian Lillard of the Trailblazers. We have the RC, this one a Groove, Cole Anthony of the Magic, going to David. And then we have a rookie Revolution, Obi Toppin of the New York Knicks, going to Adam. You did miss break 964. You can scroll back. It was the one right before this one. Then we've got Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, followed by Tyler Hero of the Miami Heat, Blake Griffin of the Pistons, the Skylar Mays RC, and then we've got the Trey Jones. Skylar Mays, the Astro, and then we have Trey Jones of the Spurs. No problem, Enrique. And if it's your first time with BreakTraders, we'd love to see you get into some more of our baseball breaks. You can take 20% off your first order with the promo code NEWBT. Bam Adebayo of the Heat, followed by Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Mitchell Robinson of the Knicks. We have Davis Bertans, the Astro edition of the Washington Wizards, going to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Vortex Bradley Beal of the Washington Wizards to Mr. CEO. We've got Pascal Siakam of the Raptors, followed by James Harden of the Rockets, Devin Booker of the Suns, the Revolution, Cassius Stanley, and that is a cubic out of 50. The cubic out of 50, Cassius Stanley of the Indiana Pacers, going to David. Followed by Precious Achiuwa of the Miami Heat, and that is going to Mr. CEO. We have Ben Simmons of the 76ers, Steph Curry of the Warriors, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, Jalen Smith of the Phoenix Suns, and that is going to be the fractal Jalen Smith, followed by a supernova Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers. He's caught up. Alrighty. Our last pack in this one. We have Aaron Baines of the Raptors, Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, Brandon Ingram of the Pelicans, a Supernova Giannis of the Milwaukee Bucks, going to Eric. And then we have Isaac Okoro RC of the Cleveland Cavaliers, going to David. Alrighty, we have Isaac Okoro of the Cleveland Cavaliers going to David, and then we have Jalen Smith, this one a fractal edition of the Phoenix Suns, going to Lawrence. Precious Achiuwa base of the Miami Heat, going to Mr. CEO. Then we have Trey Jones, and this is going to be going of the San Antonio Spurs, going to Mr. CEO as well. Followed by Mr. Skylar Mars, the Astro edition of the Atlanta Hawks, going to David. Followed by a Rookie Revolution of the New York Knicks. Rookie Revolution of the Knicks going to Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin of the Knicks going to Adam. Followed by Cole Anthony, that's a Groove edition of the Orlando Magic, going to David. And then we have Devin Vassell of the Spurs going to Mr. CEO. And now on to the featured card, which is out of 50, a cubic Cassius Stanley. Yikes is really right with that box. Yikes is right. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 965. And we will be right back from the football field, right back from BT Field. Alrighty, folks, here we go. We're going to get into this Chronicles football hobby box quickly here. But first, we have a team to auction off, and it is going to be the Philadelphia Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles, and we are going to start the bidding at $10 for the Eagles. There we go. 15 from Joey G. $15 from Joey G. Do we have 20? Do we have 20 for the Eagles? Looking for 20 for the Philadelphia Eagles. $20 by Jack. 20 by Jack. Do we have 25? 25 for the Eagles. $20 from Jack. Do we have 25? Do we have 25 for the Eagles? Alrighty, let's start this countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. $20 seconds remaining on the clock. $10. Shannon with 25. Shannon with 25 with 1 second, under 1 second remaining. Shannon, you know what to do. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. And while we wait for Shannon, I wanted to share we have this new, fun, affordable baseball hobby product. 2021 Diamond Kings, 3-team random, $12 a spot. $12 a spot on that. You know, you buy 3 spots, or maybe you buy one of those, and then we have some other baseball breaks as well. You get 10% off each spot if you do 3 spots. You know, you could get this Topps Series 2 baseball hobby product right there, and a Diamond Kings, and then get into the division random as well, or get into our 2021 Bowman as well. Look at that. Alrighty. While we wait for Shannon, we're going to do our next keyword, and it's going to be a new movie because we had the quick look on good on paper. Are you ready, John?
Yes.
Alrighty. John is ready, and that keyword is drugs. American Gangsters, incorrect. So far, no correct guesses. Movie giveaway guessing it will be over here in just a second. So Jack, how we do giveaways. We do movie keyword giveaways where you will we'll give you a keyword and you'll have 1 minute to guess the movie based on the keyword. 1 minute to guess the movie based on the keyword. So that keyword was drugs, and you saw a bunch of people guessing the movie. You also get entered into a free randomization giveaway by just typing the keyword in. And we just keep going along with that. All right, the Pick Your Teams Plus Random, which we have a couple of those up right now. We have one for baseball and one for football, or one for basketball and one for football right now. How those work is we only are selling 26 spots in the basketball and only sold 28 for football. And if you click into them, you'll see we randomize the Hornets, Golden State Warriors, and Minnesota Timberwolves, and Kings. So every team you buy, you get entered in to win that, or to be in that randomization with one of those, to get one of those 4 teams. All righty. All right, perfect. We are about to get started here with this break. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 966, the Chronicles One Box Pick Your Team 2020. We got 8 cards per pack and 6 packs in here. Looking for the 2 autos and 1 memorabilia card in here. We've got Devontae Adams with the Packers, followed by Ryan Tannehill with the Tennessee Titans. A score, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. The score, Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs. And that is going to be going to Jake, followed by CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys going to James. Then we got Joey Burrow, the Luminance. Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Andrew. Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Jake. Henry Ruggs III. Henry Ruggs III of the Las Vegas Raiders going to Harry. And then a Henry Ruggs III clearly Donruss rated rookie going to Harry as well. That's an auto discount. So I'm not sure why that wouldn't be working. 1 second, let me drop a note to one of our back of house guys to check in that. Yeah, can you send me a screenshot in Discord? All right, we're on to our second pack right here. Thanks, Mr. CEO. I'm going into the Discord right now, and I'll send that over to our buddy in the back of house here to help us out. We've got Stephon Diggs of the Buffalo Bills, and TJ Hawkinson of the Detroit Lions. The next one going to Jake is going to be out of 299, and that is Travis Kelce. A Travis Kelce patch out of 299 going to Jake. And Mr. CEO, if it's... Huh. That's so weird. So weird. If you're buying 3 and it doesn't work, just send me a message and I'll refund that 10% for you right away. J.K. Dobbins of the Baltimore Ravens, and then Zach Moss of the Buffalo Bills. Actually, wait, I can figure out another way to do this. I'm just going to drop a discount code in the chat. This is the Chronicles Hobby Break right now. Alrighty, here we go. A new discount code for that. If you use the promo code 1043, we'll get you 10% off your orders of 3. And here we go. We have the purple prism right there. Clyde Edwards-Helaire going to Jake. Look at that. That is out of 125. The Chiefs are absolutely on fire. Then we got Justin Jefferson score, followed by Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Shannon. Alrighty, on to our third pack. We've got Nick Chubb of the Browns, Ben Roethlisberger of the Steelers, and we're going to have a redemption, and it is going to be an score updated rookies gold zone. Score updated rookies gold zone. That's going to be out of 50. Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings, and that's going to Mike. Yep, just can you just shoot me an email so that I remember to do it, because I won't remember with just the message here. We have Jalen Reagor of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Shannon. Jeremy Chin of the Carolina Panthers. Jeremy Chin of the Carolina Panthers going to Jonathan, followed by Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Tao Lin. Then we've got the Detroit Lions, DeAndre Swift Dynagon going to Harry, and a Justin Jefferson playoff momentum going to, of the Minnesota Vikings, going to Mike. Chris Godwin of the Bucks, followed by Travis Kelce of the Chiefs, the Dynagon Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers going to Anthony. Then we have LaMichael Perrine of the Jets going to Harry. T. Higgins of the Bengals going to Andrew. And an out of 49, Chase Young. There we go. Bang, bang, bang. The out of 49, Luminance Chase Young right there. We do not do that at this time. And then we have a Prism Black, and it's going to be Jordan Love. Prism Black, Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers going to Anthony. Followed by a Clear Vision, Justin Herbert. But if you don't have any cards, and we do refund, we'll refund the shipping, obviously, since we're not sending you anything. Josh Jacobs of the Raiders, followed by Miles Sanders of the Eagles. Barry Sanders Chronicles right there. And then we have a Jordan Love, another Jordan Love right there of the Green Bay Packers going to Anthony, followed up by C.D. Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys, and Marquise Hollywood Brown out of 99. Marquise Hollywood Brown out of 99 of the Ravens going to Harry. And then another Prism Black, this one a Green Bay or a Chicago Bear of going to Harry, and that is Darnell Mooney. And then we have Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Clear Vision, going to Jake. Yes, that discount is still going. That discount's still going. And that code... Oh, I will actually enable that discount. That had died, but we will enable it. And if you type 19 Optic gets you 50% off that 3-box team random. Lamar Jackson base, Randy Moss of the Patriots, and then we're going to have the James Robinson turn of the century James Robinson auto of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to James. Then we've got Gaby Baby Davis of the Buffalo Bills, Denzel Mims of the Jets, and then we're going to have a 9 out of 10 Antonio Gandy Golden of the Washington football team going to Cody. Followed by a Josh Kelly of the Chargers and Keyshawn Vaughn of Tampa Bay. Keyshawn Vaughn of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Dalton, followed by Josh Kelly of the Chargers going to Tao Lin. Denzel Mims of the New York Jets going to Harry. Gaby Baby Davis of the Buffalo Bills going to Harry. Then we have Chase Claypool of the Steelers going to Jake. CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys going to James. Jordan Love of the Packers going to Anthony. Justin Herbert of the Chargers to Towlin. T. Higgins of the Bengals going to Andrew, followed by the Michael Perine of the Jets to Harry. The Jordan Love Dynagon of Green Bay to Anthony, followed by Justin Jefferson playoff momentum of the Minnesota Vikings to Mike. DeAndre Swift of the Detroit Lions to Harry. Justin Herbert of the Chargers going to Tao Lin. Jeremy Chin of the Panthers to Jonathan. Jalen Rager of the Eagles to Shannon. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles going to Shannon. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings to Mike. Zach Moss of the Bills to Harry. J.K. Dobbins of the Ravens going to Harry. Henry Ruggs the third of the Raiders going to Harry. Two of those. Then we have Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs going to Jake. Joe Burrow of the Bengals to Andrew. CeeDee Lamb of the Cowboys going to James, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Chiefs going to Jake. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have the numbered out of 99. It's Marquise Hollywood Brown of the Ravens going to Harry, followed up by an out of 49, Chase Young of the Washington football team going to Cody, and an out of 10, Antonio Gandy Golden of the Washington football team going to Cody. Our Prism Blacks, we have Darnell Mooney of the Bears going to Harry, Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers going to Anthony, and then we have the purple Clyde Edwards-Helaire of the Kansas City Chiefs going to Jake. And then we have the turn of the century James Robinson auto of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to James, followed by Travis Kelce out of 299 of Kansas City going to Jake. And then the out of 50 score updated Ricky Signatures Gold Zone Redemption Justin Jefferson of the Vikings going to Mike. Alrighty, folks. There we have it. That is the end of break 966. 966. Alrighty. That is the end of break 966. We'll be back pretty shortly here. Pretty shortly. Mr. CEO, were you trying to run that discount on break 889? I believe that's the one. I can't necessarily make it out in that screenshot. So what we were told is if you had clicked into BreakTraders.com from one of the links in the chat that had potentially a discount code on it, it wouldn't apply the discount until you got all the way through the checkout, like to the actual checkout screen. So that could be the issue there. But we're going to look into that. But right now we've got that discount code, the 1043, to take that off your order. And right now, let's do the drugs giveaway keyword. Got it. Thanks. 889, he went direct from the website. Perfect. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Can we get a discount? Or can we get a countdown?
Sure. Oh. Sorry.
That code should work now. Should work now.
Okay. You ready?
Yep.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is John Perillo.
John Perillo with the NBA Hoops Premium stock. We have Kemba Walker. Kemba Walker followed by Drew Holiday, Zion Williamson RC, and a Ja Morant RC. What a box or a pack right there for John. Alrighty. We are going to take a 5-minute break. And then we will be right back with break 799. Holy balls is right. See you in 5. Alrighty, we are back and done with the eBay breaks for a little bit here. The next one is going to be at 10:30, but right now we've got some Chronicles draft picks breaks to go right now. Chronicles draft picks, and folks, you can go find some more Chronicles right here in the football collections. And you can also take 30% off with promo code CronDP30. CronDP30. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 799, the 2021 Chronicles draft picks. Pick your team. And remember, we're looking for 4 autograph or memorabilia cards in this break. Right off the gate, we have the base Trevor Lawrence. The base Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Jim. Then we got Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's going to Cynthia. Followed by a Mac Jones, Don Russ 2021 of the New England Patriots going to Lucas. And here we go. We're going to have the first memorabilia, and that's going to be a down and dirty Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Cynthia. Followed up by a Mac Jones XR version, Mac Jones XR of the Patriots going to Lucas. A Travis Etienne of the Illusions of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Jim. Right there, followed up by a Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Lucas, and then a Spectra Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Jim. We have a filler right there. We got the Prestige Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars going to Jim. The base Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Christina. Another Trevor Lawrence right here. Trevor Lawrence, this one, the score, and that is going to Jim. And then we have our first auto, and that is Connor Weddington. Connor Weddington of the Seattle Seahawks going to T-Man. Followed up by Mr. Justin Fields, the recon Justin Fields from The Ohio State University of the Chicago Bears going to Jim. Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Lucas. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Cynthia. And Tamarian Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to T-Man. Alrighty, on to pack 3. Another Jamie Newman, this one of the Philadelphia Eagles. Going to Cynthia, followed by a Prestige Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Christina. Then we got Patrick Surtain II of the Denver Broncos. Denver Broncos going to Harry. Then we have a Trevor Lawrence Origins, and that is a 3-color patch right there. Rookie patch auto out of 99. Out of 99, and that is going to Jim with the Jaguars. We have Zach Wilson XR of the New York Jets going to Jim, followed by Trey Sermon of the 49ers. Trey Sermon of the 49ers going to Jim as well. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers. Going to Christina. And Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to T-Man. We've got Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Christina. Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Christina. And then we have a Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Carl, followed by a Prestige Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Lucas. And then we have an out of 99 Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. And that is going to Jim. Jim is having himself a break. We have a Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by the Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans going to Lucas. Then we got Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Jim. And Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Paul.
$9.76?
Yes. Okay. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, followed by Elijah Moore of the Jets. Right there, and that is going to Jim. Then we got Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay. Going to T-Man, followed up by our next one. This is going to be Dean Jackson, the substantial swatch. Deon Jackson of the Indianapolis Colts. Then we have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Harry, followed up by Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is going to Lucas. Javonte Williams again of the Broncos going to Harry. And then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. out of 149 of the Carolina Panthers going to Lucas. We've got Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions. Going to Jax the Ripper. Jax, followed by Mac Jones of the Patriots. Then we have Kyle Trask of the Atlanta Falcons going to Lucas, followed up by Carlos Boogie Basham, the Carlos Boogie Basham Origins auto out of 99 right there. Look at that one. That is a nice, pretty card, and that is going to Carl with the Buffalo Bills. Followed up by Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars. Going to Jim. Then we have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos to Harry. Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers to Jim. And Kyle Pitts of the Falcons. Going to Lucas. Alrighty, let's run down these featured rooks. We have Trey Lance of the 49ers, Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars, Mac Jones of the Patriots. The Terrace Marshall Jr. out of 149 of the Carolina Panthers. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Mac Jones of the Patriots. Mac Jones of the Patriots. And a Base Chronicles Trevor Lawrence right there. And the Trevor Lawrence hits didn't stop. They did not stop coming. This was a great box. Right here we have the out of 99 Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Jim. Then we had our 2 autos. Carlos Boogie Basham out of 99, and that's with the Buffalo Bills going to Carl, and Connor Weddington of the Seahawks going to T-Man. And then our 2 memorabilias, we had Devonta Smith with the Eagles and Deion Jackson with the Indianapolis Colts. Devonta Smith going to Cynthia and Deion Jackson with the Colts going to Lucas. And then here it comes, the big hitter. It is a rookie patch auto from Clemson University, the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. It is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Jim. And here we go. We are done with break 799. We're moving on to break 946. But first, we are going to do our next keyword. Our next keyword, movie giveaway guess. And that keyword is going to be up in just a second. John, are you ready?
Yes.
Alrighty, we are ready to do it. Let's go. There we go. It is memory. Memory, memory, memory. Alrighty. No correct guesses yet. No correct guesses yet. Movie giveaway guessing will be over in about 10 seconds. Alrighty, there we go. Movie giveaway guessing has ended. And here we go. This is break 946, the pick your division. You see T-Man with the AFC East, Michael with the AFC North, Cynthia with the AFC South, T-Man with the AFC West, Cynthia the NFC East, Brett with the NFC North, Sully Wilbur with the South, and Lucas with the West. I'm about to get these teams loaded for y'all right now. Boom. The teams are loaded and we are ready to rock. Here we go. We've got Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens, followed by Seth of Baltimore Ravens going to Michael, followed by Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to T-Man. And then we have a Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And we're going to have our first auto, I believe, and that is going to be out of 99, and that's from the University of Notre Dame. It's Ben Skronenwerk of the Los Angeles Rams going to Lucas. Then we have a filler in there, followed by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. And it looks like we're going to have that blue-rated rookie, and that is Zach Wilson out of 99. Zach Wilson out of 99 right there of the New York Jets going to T-Man. Not a bad pack. We have Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Michael, followed by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And then we have Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings also going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And our next auto is going to be from the University of Notre Dame, and it is out of 149, and that is Mr. Ian Book. Ian Book of the St. Louis, or the New Orleans Saints. The New Orleans Saints. And that is going to be going to Will. Wow, 2 autos, 2 members of Notre Dame. Then we got Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Out of 49, and that is going to Cynthia. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Cynthia, and Tamaron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to Lucas. On to our third pack in this one. We have a filler right there. Then we have Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Cynthia, followed by Trevor Lawrence going to Cynthia. Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback from Clemson, another Travis Etienne. And then we're going to have Nico Collins of the Cincinnati Bengals out of 149 going to Michael. Then we have Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants, and that is going to Cynthia. Followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Lucas. Pat Freiermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Michael, and Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Will. And there we have it, folks. We're halfway through break 946. We've got Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos. Going to T-Man, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jaguars to Cynthia, and a Trey Lance Prestige Worldwide of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. And then our auto, or memorabilia, is going to be Mr. Justin Fields, and that's going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Justin Fields going to Brett right there. Followed up by Trevor Lawrence Illusions. The Trevor Lawrence Illusions of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Cynthia. Javonte Williams of the Broncos going to T-Man. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to T-Man. And Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Will. We have the filler right there. followed up by Mr. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears, going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Lucas. San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. Then we have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to T-Man. And then our auto is going to be Adarius Washington of the Baltimore Ravens. And that is going to Michael. Followed up by Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens to Michael. Tylan Wallace of the Baltimore Ravens to Michael. Michael Carter of the New York Jets to T-Man. And Shatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Lucas. And folks, it's never too early to decide on what snake you'd like to see tonight. We've got the Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens. And that is going to Michael. Followed by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Cynthia. Then we got Rashad Bateman of the Ravens to Michael. The Donruss Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles going to Cynthia. Followed by Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Michael. Another Justin Fields of the Bears going to Brett Diddley, Brett. And then we have Dylan Moses of the Jaguars going to Cynthia to round out that break. Alrighty, let's run down these featured rookies. The Chicago Bears quarterback Justin Fields going to Brett with the Bears. Trey Lance with the 49ers going to Lucas. Then we have another Justin Fields to Brett. Trevor Lawrence with the Jaguars to Cynthia. Trey Lance to Lucas. Kyle Trask at Tampa Bay to Will. The 149, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Cynthia. Trevor Lawrence to Cynthia, followed by Devonta Smith of the Eagles to Cynthia. Trey Lance going to Lucas. Kellen Mond of the Vikings to Brett. Justin Fields to Brett. Trevor Lawrence to Cynthia. And Justin Fields to Brett. Alrighty, let's run down these hits. First, we have the out of 99, Mr. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to T-Man. And then our autos. We have Adarius Washington. We have Ben Skronik out of 99 and Ian Book out of 149. Ian Book going to Will. Ben Skronik of the Rams going to Lucas. And Adarius Washington of the Ravens going to Michael. And then the big hit in this box, coming at you from The Ohio State University, the first round pick of the Chicago Bears, going to Brett Diddley, Brett. It is Justin Fields with the substantial swatch. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 946. And we'll be moving on quickly here to the break 945. Break 945, we have a one boxer pick your team for Chronicles. And first, type memory in the chat. Memory in the chat. Memory in the chat. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Kevin Barnes.
Kevin Barnes getting the 2019 Panini Contenders. We have Dante Pettis, Cortland Sutton, John Brown, Jordan Reed, and MVP contenders Carson Wentz, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, and Sam Darnold. Not a strong pack there, but you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. Alrighty, folks. Here we go. This is break 945. Break 945, the 2021 Chronicles Pick Your Team. And folks, if you want more Chronicles, you can use promo code CHRONDP30. We have a team random available for $15 a spot, and then we have a pick your team with 32 spots left with from $4. We also have a break that's in the red zone right here. This Panini Prism Draft Picks Division Random, one spot left right there for $35. Alrighty, let's rip this. 945, the 2021 Chronicles one box Pick Your Team. Right off the bat, we have Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Carl. Then we got Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, and that's going to be going to Joey G. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Will. And then we have it is a Jamar Chase substantial swatch. And that is going to Will. Nice hit right there. Then we have Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Michael, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Cynthia. We got Chubba Hubbard of the Panthers going to Carl, and then Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons, and that is also going to Carl. We have Nico Collins of Houston going to Lucas, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Will, Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Michael, and then our next auto is going to be another Adarius Washington from TCU, and now a member of the Baltimore Ravens, and that's going to Carl. Calling Carl's name a lot in this break. Have a filler right there. Then we got Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers, followed by a recon, Zach Wilson from Brigham Young University of the New York Jets going to Michael, Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Lucas, and then our first Trevor Lawrence of this pack, and that's a silver rated rookie going to Cynthia. We have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Carl, followed by Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Joey G. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to Carl. Followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Will. Then we have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to T-Man. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Joey G, followed by a Golden Gopher, Rashad Bateman, Baltimore Ravens going to Carl. And then we have Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Lucas. And we're halfway through this break. We have I Am Groot of the Buffalo Bills, and that is going to Derek, followed by a Demetric Felton. Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Lucas. And then we're going to have, his name is Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears. Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears, and that is going to be going to Haley. We have a filler right there, followed by Mr. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, and Quiddy Pay of the Indianapolis Colts going to Carl, followed up by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Carl as well. And then a red Trevor Lawrence. The red Trevor Lawrence right there. And that is going to be out of 149. 37 out of 149 going to Cynthia. 2 packs left in this break. We have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals, and that is going to Carl, followed by Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons, the red Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta, well, that's just a Javian Hawkins of the Falcons going to Carl. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Carl. And then our next auto is going to be a New York Jet, and that is Michael Carter from the University of North Carolina, and that's going to Michael. Followed up by Dylan Moses of the Jaguars. Then we have the red Nico Collins out of 149 of the Houston Texans going to Lucas. Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to Lucas. And Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles going to Joey G. And we're on to our last pack in this break 945. Alrighty, we have a filler right there. And now it's Jamar Chase from the Bengals going to Will. Zach Wilson, base Chronicles of the New York Jets going to Michael. We have Kyle Pitts of Atlanta going to Carl. And then a Jamar Chase out of 149. And that is going to be going to Will. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Carl, followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers also going to Carl. And then we have Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to T-Man, and Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Carl. You can see on the bottom of the screen, 968 is at 1050 and 971 is at 1150. All right, let's run down these featured rookies. We have the Jamar Chase out of 149 going to Will. Zach Wilson going to Michael. Nico Collins out of 149 going to Lucas. Kyle Trask going to Lucas. Kyle Trask to Lucas. Trevor Lawrence to the Jaguars. And Cynthia. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Michael. And Zach Wilson of the Jets to Michael. So 3 hours below. So that is 8:30 and 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, and then looks like 8:50 Pacific time. All right, into our featured cards, we have the Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars out of 149 going to Cynthia. followed up by our autos. We have Michael Carter of the Jets, Daz Newsome of the Bears, and Adarius Washington of the Ravens. The Ravens going to Adarius Washington to Carl, Daz Newsome to Haley, and Michael Carter going to Michael. And then the bigger hit in this one. The biggest hit in this one is going to be Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Will. We don't have any interns, Double M. We are a tight ship here at BreakTraders. Alrighty, there is the end of break 945. That's the end of break 945. We already did the countdown for memory, so we're good there. We're going to take a brief 3-minute break, and we will be back shortly. 3-minute break, and we will be back with break number 800, the Division Random. Alrighty, we are back. We are back and ready to rock and roll here. This is going to be break 800, and it's going to be a division random. Division random. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 800, the 2021 Chronicles Draft Picks Division Random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this bad boy. That's 4 times. Gotta say, I'm very happy that random.org is back working.
Me too.
2, 3, and 4. There we go. All right, Mr. CEO with the AFC East, AFC South, AFC West, NFC East, and the NFC North. Sean with the AFC North, and then Adam Tabert with the NFC South and NFC West. And we will get these teams loaded. You put that in the wrong one. 1 second, folks. We'll get these teams. All righty. Here we go. Jonathan. Looking for 4 autos or memorabilias here. We have a filler right there. And then we've got a Prestige Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to Sean. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Sean. And then Rondale Moore out of 149 of the Arizona Cardinals going to Adam. Followed up by Kadarius Toney, the XR Kadarius Toney of the Giants to Mr. CEO. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to Sean. Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings. Kellen Mond of the Vikings to Mr. CEO. And then Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Mr. CEO as well. I am Groot of the Buffalo Bills going to Mr. CEO, followed by Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Sean, and then Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Adam. And then we have our next auto memorabilia. This one a memorabilia. It is a down and dirty Sammy Ehlinger. Down and dirty Sam Ehlinger of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by a Terrace Marshall Jr. recon of the Carolina Panthers to Adam. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Adam. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots to Mr. CEO. And then we're going to have a blue Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals, and that is going to be out of 99 going to Sean. And that is number 72 out of 99 right there. We've got Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Adam, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Adam as well. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Sean. And then we're going to have our auto. And that is going to be Chaz Surratt. Chaz Surratt of the Minnesota Vikings. And that is going to Mr. CEO. We have a filler right there, followed by Mr. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears to Mr. CEO. And then we have a Zach Wilson Illusions of the New York Jets to Mr. CEO as well. Najee Harris Spectra of the Steelers going to Sean. And then it's Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Adam. We have Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Mr. CEO, followed by Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans, going to Mr. CEO, and Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, going to Adam. And then we're going to have our memorabilia. That's going to be a monster patch of Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers, going to Adam. Followed up by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions. That Kyle Pitts of the Falcons going to Adam, Sage Surratt to Mr. CEO. Then we have Kadarius Toney of the Giants to Mr. CEO, and Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, the silver score rated rookie, going to Mr. CEO as well. We've got Devonta Smith of the Eagles. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Mr. CEO, followed by Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Sean. And then a Nico Collins of the Houston Texans to Mr. CEO. And then we have our auto, and it is going to be Connor Weddington. Connor Weddington of the Seattle Seahawks going to Adam. Then we have a Justin Fields illusion, followed by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Justin Fields, Mr. CEO. Kyle Pitts going to Adam. Seth Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Mr. CEO, and that's a silver rated rookie right there, followed by Travis Etienne, the Flux of the Jacksonville Jaguars, going to Mr. CEO. We've got Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Sean, followed by Michael Carter of the Jets going to Mr. CEO. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Adam. Looks like we're going to have a fifth memorabilia / auto, and that is a rookie patch auto out of 99, and that is Mr. Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Sean. And then we have Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Adam. We have a Justin Fields. This looks like a red out of 149 of the Chicago Bears going to Mr. CEO, followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Adam, and Elijah Moore of the Jets. Elijah Moore of the Jets going to Mr. CEO. Alrighty, let's run this randomization. We have not randomization, sorry. It's our featured rookie rundown. Justin Fields of the Bengals to Mr. CEO. Travis Etienne Silver of the Jags to Mr. CEO. Zach Wilson of the Jets, Mr. CEO. Justin Fields to Mr. CEO. The blue Jamar Chase, and that's going to be out of 99 of the Bengals to Sean. Mac Jones of the Patriots to Mr. CEO. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay to Adam. Kellen Mond of the Vikings to Mr. CEO. And Rondale Moore out of 149 of the Arizona Cardinals going to Adam. And now on to the featured cards. First, the numbered out of 149, it's Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears. And then we have our two autos. That's going to be Connor Weddington of the Seahawks and Chaz Surratt of the Minnesota Vikings. The Seahawks by Adam and the Vikings with Mr. CEO. Then we have our two patches. We have Sam Ellinger, the down and dirty of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mr. CEO, and Trey Sermon of the 49ers going to Adam. And then from the University of Alabama, the Pittsburgh Steelers first round pick, it's going to be 94 out of 99, headed to Sean. It is Najee There is a division random that just went up. Division random that just got activated. That's break 944. And here we go, folks. That is the end of break number 800. Alrighty, let's do our next movie keyword. Alrighty, we are ready to rock right here. And the keyword is haunted. 1 minute to guess the movie. Insidious is incorrect. What lies beneath incorrect? Limitless incorrect. Scary Movie 2 is incorrect. Hereditary incorrect. We got about 5 seconds on this movie keyword guessing. Movie keyword giveaway guessing has ended. Alrighty. Movie giveaway guessing has ended, and we are going to be getting into a baseball break real shortly here. So let's do it. We'll be right back from BreakTraders Park. Alrighty, we're back with some baseball. This is break 976, the Diamond Kings baseball. The first one we're opening here is a squad, and that is going to be a 3-team random. 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. That's going to be 8. 8. Alrighty. 8 times here. Let's do it. Oh, 9 times. Thank you, John. We can see 9 on the dice. Yeah, this one could be fun. Boom. There we go. I'll get these loaded up. We'll let it run through one time, and then we will rock and roll. We're looking for 1 autograph, 1 memorabilia card, 3 frame parallels, and 12 inserts in this one. It's going to be pretty interesting to go through it right here, but we will see what we can do. Let's rip. Jesus. Alrighty. We've got our 12 packs right there. Let's see. Frank Thomas of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Bryce Harper of the Philadelphia Phillies. We have Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers going to Cliff. Then we got Charlie Keller of New York. Looks like the Yankees, right? Charlie Keller of the Yankees right there. And then we have Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees as well. Both of those going to Sean. Then we have Ronald Acuna Jr., the gallery of stars of the Atlanta Braves, going to Edvin. And we have the Joe Wood of the Boston Red Sox going to Edvin, and Yogi Berra of the Yankees going to Sean. We have Buster Posey of the Giants. We have a Clark Schmidt RC of the New York Yankees, followed by Ted Williams of the Red Sox, DJ LeMahieu of the New York Yankees, followed by Nate Pearson RC of the Toronto Blue Jays, and that's going to be going to Cliff. Lou Brock of the St. Louis Cardinals, and Mike Trout of the Los Angeles Angels, followed by Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds going to Edvin. And then it looks like we're going to have an auto, and it is Mr. Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins. Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins, and that is number 63 out of 99 right there. And that is going to be going to Shannon. And then we're going to have a artist palette. That is not Shane, but it is not Justin, but Shane Bieber of Cleveland going to Shannon. And then we have a Diamond Kings debut, Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to Sean, followed by another Kansas City Royal, this one Chris Bubich of the Royals to Sean. Yeah, they're super cool looking. Rin Sandberg of Chicago. That looks like the Cubs right there. We have a filler. Then we have a Babe Ruth, the club. Babe Ruth, the club right there of the New York Yankees, followed by Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati and Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles. Then that's going to Shannon. We have Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to Shannon. Followed by Honus Wagner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers going to Shannon. Joe Morgan of the Cincinnati. Vlad Guerrero of the Blue Jays. Then we have Mookie Betts Elegance of the Los Angeles Dodgers, followed by a Diamond Kings debut, Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati, and then Mr. Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles, and that's going to Shannon. And if you're enjoying this Diamond Kings, we've got another one up there for you, another 3-team random. We have Luis Gonzalez of the White Sox going to Sean, followed by Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres, Andres Jimenez of Cleveland going to Shannon, Satchel Paige also of Cleveland going to Shannon, Will Crow RC of the Pirates going to Shannon, and then we have a legendary lithographs, Walker Johnson of Washington. Walker Johnson of Washington, and we will check this one out to make sure we have it go to the right team. 1 second, folks. Oh, of the Washington Senators. So we will double check to make sure we know which team that gets placed with. Followed by Al Cullen of the Detroit Tigers and a Atlanta debut of Christian Pache of the Braves. Up with. Senators became the Nationals. I believe so as well. Shane Bieber of Cleveland. Monte Harrison of the Miami. Because the Expos became the Nationals. Miami of the Monte Harrison of the Marlins. Hank Greenberg of Detroit. Letty Traveris of the Rangers going to Shannon. Then we have a Diamond Kings debut, Dylan Carlson. This is one of the framed parallels, the gray edition right there. And that is going to Shannon, or Edvin. Followed by Garrett Cole, aficionado of the Yankees. Then we have David Peterson, RC of the Mets, and Luen Diaz of the Marlins. The Mets going to Cliff and the Marlins to Shannon, and we're halfway through this box. We've got Harmon Killebrew of the Twins of Minnesota. The Minnesota Twins, followed by Alex Bregman of Houston, Garrett Crochet of the White Sox, Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Followed up by Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins going to Edvin. We have a filler right there. Then we have Sammy Sosa, the club of the Chicago Cubs, followed by a Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals.
That was Walter Johnson of the Senators?
Yes.
It looks like they're now the Twins.
Got it. And then we have Max Scherzer of the Nationals. The Washington Senators is the Minnesota Twins. Relocated there in 1960. We have Mickey Mantle of the Yankees, followed up by William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves going to Edvin, Kristen Yelich of the Brewers, followed by Jesus Sanchez of the Marlins, and that's going to be going to Shannon. And then we have a Jersey Kings, Chris Sale of the Boston Red Sox, and that is going to Edvin. Followed up by the Art of Hitting, Mel Ah of the New York Yankees. I keep just double checking these to be 100% certain. The Art of Hitting, Mel Ah. Then we have Matt Chapman of Oakland and Kyle Lewis of Seattle. We have Pete Rose of Cincinnati, followed by Shane McClanahan of Tampa Bay. Then we have Ty Cobb of Detroit, Miguel Cabrera of Detroit. The art of hitting out of 99. That's Mr. Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros. And that's going to be going to Sean. Followed by a legacy lithographs, Mike Schmidt of the Philadelphia Phillies. Alex Bam Moran of the Phillies, also going to Cliff. And then we have Josh Fleming of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Edvin. Braylon Marquez of the Cubs, and that is going to Shannon, followed by Kohai Ariaha of the Texas Rangers, going to Shannon. Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins, going to Edvin, followed by Aaron Judge of the Yankees, a plum portraits. Who lives, who dies, who tells Trevor's story of the Colorado Rockies, going to Cliff. Then we have the Carl Hubel of Aficionado of New York. New York right there. Just trying to check quick to see if I can find him. That is going to be A2 of the New York Giants. So we will make sure to look that up and figure out where that's going. Followed by Jared Olivia of the Pittsburgh Pirates, going to Shannon. And Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers, going to Sean. The New York Giants are now the San Francisco Giants. That makes sense. Moved there in 1958. We have Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves going to Edvin, followed by Joey Votto of the Cincinnati Reds. Braxton Garrett, RC of the Miami Marlins, going to Shannon. Then we got Babe Ruth of the Yankees right there. Then we got Dylan Carlson, RC of the St. Louis Cardinals, going to Edvin. Followed up by a Fernando Tatis Jr. Gallery of Stars, Jimmy Fox of the Red Sox, and Walter Alston of the Dodgers. Rogers Hornsby of the Cardinals, Jose Ramirez of Cleveland, Bobby Delback of the Boston Red Sox, followed by Cody Bellinger of the Angels. And then we have another portrait. This is Joe Morgan of the Cincinnati Reds, going to Edvin. We have the artist proofs, Joey Gallo, artist palette, Joey Gallo of the Rangers, going to Shannon. Followed up by a Diamond Kings debut, Christian Javier of the Houston Astros, and that is going to be going to Sean, followed by a Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals, and that is going to be going to Sean as well. Alrighty, let's run down some of these inserts. The Gallery of Stars, Fernando Tatis of the Padres, going to Cliff. Sam Hubble of the Carl Hubble of the New York Giants, now the San Francisco Giants, going to Edvin. Mike Schmidt of the Philadelphia Phillies, going to Cliff. Mel Ott of the New York Yankees, going to Sean. Sammy Sosa of the Chicago Cubs, going to Shannon. Garrett Cole, aficionado of the Yanks, to Sean. Walter Johnson of the Washington Senators, and now the Minnesota Twins, going to Edvin. Then we have Mookie Betts of the Los Angeles Dodgers, going to Edvin. Babe Ruth, the club of the Yankees, going to Sean. And the Gallery of Stars, Ronald Acuna Jr. of the Atlanta Braves, going to Edvin. And now the rookie rundown. We have Brady Singer of Kansas City going to Sean. Christian Javier of Houston, debut going to Sean. Bobby Delbeck of Boston to Edvin. Dylan Carlson of St. Louis going to Edvin. Braxton Garrett of the Marlins going to Shannon. Ian Anderson of the Braves going to Edvin. Drew Rasmussen of the Brewers going to Sean. Jared Olivia of the Pirates going to Shannon. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Edvin. Kohai Aria of the Rangers going to Shannon. Braylon Marquez of the Cubs going to Shannon. Josh Fleming of Tampa Bay going to Edvin. Alec Baum, the debut Diamond Kings right there of the Phillies going to Cliff. Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay to Edvin. Jesus Sanchez of Miami to Shannon. William Contreras of Atlanta going to Edvin. Dylan Carlson of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Edvin. Ryan Jeffers of the Twins going to Edvin. Followed by Garrett Crochet of the Chicago White Sox right there. Then we have Luis Diaz of the Marlins. David Peterson of the Yankees. Followed up, going to Sean, followed by Letty Tavares of the Rangers to Shannon. Monte Harrison of the Marlins going to Shannon. Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Edvin. Then we have Will Crow of the Pirates to Shannon. Andres Jimenez of Cleveland going to Shannon. Luis Gonzalez of the Chicago White Sox going to Sean. Tyler Stevenson of the Tyler Stevenson debut of the Cincinnati Reds to Edvin. Sherton Apostle of Texas going to Shannon. Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins to Shannon. Ryan Mountcastle of Baltimore to Shannon. Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati to Edvin. Chris Bubik of Kansas City to Sean. Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals going to Sean, followed by Jose Garcia of Cincinnati to Edvin. Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays going to Cliff. Clark Schmidt of the Yanks going to Sean. And Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers going to Cliff. And now on to the featured cards. First, we have the two artist palettes. We have Shane Bieber of Cleveland going to Shannon and Joey Gallo of Texas going to Shannon as well. Next up, we have an Art of Hitting 38 out of 99, Jose Altuve of the Houston Astros going to Sean. And then we have our portraits. We have Joe Morgan of Cincinnati, and then the debut Diamond Kings, Dylan Carlson of St. Louis. The Cincinnati Reds are going to Edvin. The St. Louis Cardinals are going to Edvin. And then we have the Plum, Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story of the Colorado Rockies, and that is going to Cliff. And then we have our two memorabilia and auto. We have a Jersey Kings, Chris Sale of the Red Sox, and an auto 99, Jazz Chisholm of the Miami Marlins. That Chris Sale of the Red Sox going to Edvin, the Miami Marlins going to Shannon. And there we have the end of break 976. $9.76, and we are going to do our giveaway for Haunted, correct, John?
Yes.
Alrighty, type Haunted in the chat. Haunted in the chat. Haunted. John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Jack Ryan.
And Jack Ryan getting the NBA Hoops premium stock right here. Miles Bridges of the Hornets, Danny Green of the Lakers, Rui Hachimura of the Wizards, and Jaylen Brown of the Celtics. Alrighty. There we have it, folks. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with Break Traders Late Night. Break Traders Late Night will commence once we're done with this break. See you then. Alrighty, we are back with some BreakTraders late night action. BreakTraders late night for our West Coast fam out there as well. We are looking forward to this one. Let's just dive right into it. We're gonna do break 967, the 2021 Panini Chronicles. 2021 Panini Chronicles. And one box eBay auction. Pick your team. And we're in it. We're ready to rock and roll. We've got Mr. Kyle Trask. We have a filler right in there. We have Kyle Trask from Tampa Bay. Javonte Williams from Denver going to Miles. Followed by another Kyle Trask from Tampa Bay going to Damon. And then we have Micah Parsons out of 99 of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris. Followed by a Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Jared. And then we have Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to Tyler. Followed by Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions. Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Alicia. And then we have Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared. And folks, if you're enjoying Chronicles, you can take 30% off the remaining Chronicles draft picks available. I think we have a pick your team still available, and a team random available. We've got Chubba Hubbard of going to Chris Anderson with the Panthers. Then we have Larry Roundtree of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Justin, and Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Jared as well. And then our first memorabilia is going to be a down and dirty. It's Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Juan. And then we have Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Chris, followed by Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions going to Alicia. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Juan, and then a blue out of 99, the blue Trey Lance right there of the San Francisco 49ers going to Chris. Nice hit right there. And we're on to our third pack. We have a filler right in there. We have Trey Sermon of the San Francisco 49ers going to Chris, followed by Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Juan. Then we have Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Harry. And then we have out of 149, it is Ellerson Smith. Ellerson Smith of the New York Giants. Then we have Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Cynthia. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Chris. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Juan. And Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins, and that's going to Jared. We have Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Ryan. Kwity Paye of the Colts going to Ryan, followed by Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Jared. Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Jared, both the Prestige and the Base Chronicles edition. And then we have our next one. It's going to be a down and dirty, and that is Mr. Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Jared. Whew. Followed by Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Jake. Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Tyler. The Zach Wilson select of the New York Jets going to Jared. And then Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Miles. We have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Justin, followed up by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Waddle of the Dolphins going to Jared, and Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared as well. And here we go. Looks like we're going to have a redemption, and it is a In the Zone signatures, the Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Harry. Then we have Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Chris, followed by Trey Sermon of the 49ers also going to Chris. Then we got Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared, and Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Jake. And John, I'm going to need some more sleeves when you get a second. We've got Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Damon. Followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Chris. And then we have Sean Wade of the Baltimore Ravens going to Tyler. And our last auto, this one is going to be Mr. Tyler Vaughns of the Indianapolis Colts going to Ryan. Then we have Jamar Chase XR, and that looks like it's going to be purple. It is not. Thought that might have been the purple out of 49. And then we have Travis Etienne, and that's going to be out of 149 of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Juan, followed by Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Chris. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Justin. We've got, alrighty, now we're going to run down our featured rookies. Out of 149, the Jacksonville Jaguars, Travis Etienne. Then we have Kyle Trask, Base Chronicles of Tampa Bay to Damon. Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Chris. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Jared. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Jared. Another Mac Jones, this one the Prestige to Jared. Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Cynthia. We have the Micah Parsons out of 99, the Don Russ of the Dallas Cowboys to Chris. Then we have Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Damon, followed up by Kyle Trask again to Damon. And now let's get into our featured cards. We have the Trey Lance out of 99 of the San Francisco 49ers going to Chris. And then we have some autos here. We have the Chitarius Tutu Atwell redemption auto. Tyler Vaughn of the Indianapolis Colts, and then Ellerson Smith of the New York Giants out of 149. Tyler Vaughn with the Colts going to Ryan. Tutu Atwell with the Rams to Harry. And Ellerson Smith with the New York Giants going to Jared. We then have the Jamie Newman down and dirty of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Juan. And then our big hit is the down and dirty Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Jared. And there we have it, folks. There we have it. That is the end of break 967. End of break 967. Alrighty. We have to do our next keyword giveaway right now. Are you ready, John?
Just a moment.
Well, our next guessing, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty, we're ready to go. That keyword is going to be sniper. Looking for a dream is incorrect. Jarhead, no. Born Identity, no. Suicide Squad, no. Source code, no. Sniper. 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 Movie giveaway guessing has ended. Movie giveaway guessing has ended. Alrighty. The times on the screen are Eastern Standard Time. All EST. Alrighty. We're going to have this Chronicles box. Here we going off pretty soon. This is break 968. We've got a couple teams right here. A couple teams that we are going to have to auction off. First, we are going to do the Denver Broncos. Denver Broncos. And we will start the bidding at $5. $5 for the Broncos. 10 from T-Man. From T-Man. We will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. T-Man has them for 10. And you know what to do right there. And then our next one is the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia Eagles, and we will start the bidding for them at $5 as well. $5 from Shannon. $15 from T-Man. $15 from T-Man. Do we have 20? Alrighty, we will start the countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. $20 from Chris Anderson. $30 from Sean Baldwin. Just before it gets in, Sean, you know what to do. T-Man, you know what to do. Sean has to send 30, and T-Man, you're sending 10. Alrighty. And as we wait for that, start typing sniper in the chat and we will run that giveaway. Sniper, 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 sniper. Alrighty, let's count this down. 10, 9, 8, 7. I don't know what. You can take it from there, John.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Shannon wins.
Shannon going with the Topps Series 2 baseball right here. I don't know why I started counting it down. Never once have I ever done the countdown.
You can if you want.
No, I'm good with it. I like having you do that. Anderson of Simmons of the Twins, Michael Fulmer of Detroit, Alex Wood of the Giants, Ryan Zimmerman of the Nationals, Josh Hader of the Brewers, followed by Carlos Martinez of the Cardinals, Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates, Framber Valdez of the Astros, Dustin May of the Dodgers, followed up by Ryan McBroom of Kansas City, Nick Solak of the Rangers, Ryan Anderson of the Marlins, and Braylon Marquez of the Cubs. Alrighty. Can you check PayPal, John? Yeah. All right. Alrighty, here we go. This is break 968, the 2021 Chronicles Draft Picks. Pick your team. One boxer. We have Demetric Felton of the Cleveland Browns going to Shannon. Followed by Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jason. And Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons is going to Jared. And folks, we see a lot of newbies here today. Use promo code NEWBT for 20% off your first order with BreakTraders. You also always get 10% off 3+ spots. And it should automatically apply, but if it doesn't work, you can use 10 for 3 to get that one off. And next up, we're going to have an auto, and it's going to be a Dallas Cowboy going to Howard, and that is Simi Fioku from the Stanford Cardinals, from Stanford. Alrighty, we have Najee Harris of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Chris. Then we got Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared, followed up by Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Jason, and Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Damon. On to our second pack. And we have more Chronicles available. Promo code CRONDP30 gets you 30% off. We have the filler right there, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to John. Then Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared. Then we got the Zach Wilson base Chronicles of the New York Jets going to Nick. Followed up by Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Jared. Rashard Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens going to Damon. Then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jason. And Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Damon. Followed by Larry Roundtree III of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Vance. We have Micah Parsons from the Dallas Cowboys going to Howard. Micah Parsons of the Cowboys going to Howard, followed by Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to Aiden. And then it's Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to John. And then our memorabilia here is going to be a substantial swatch, and that is Mr. Kadarius Toney of the New York Giants going to Damon. Followed up by I Am Groot of the Buffalo Bills. That's Gregory Rousseau going to Damon Price. Damon, followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Panthers going to John. Then we have Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to T-Man, followed by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Jared. We have Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Sean, followed by Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared. And then we have Nico Collins of the Houston Texans, and that is going to be going to Jason. And then we have an auto right here. Who's it going to be? It is going to be Mr. Darren Hall. Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons going to Jared. Followed up by Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Damon. Then we have Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions going to Jared. And then Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Jason, and Terrace Marshall Jr. of Carolina going to John. We pulled a Trevor Lawrence rookie patch auto out of 99. So far, the best hit. Nice, Caden. Great to see you back. We have Jamar Chase of the Bengals. Jamar Chase of the Bengals right there. And that is going to Jared, followed by Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Nick. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jason. And Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Sean. Then we got Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers. And that is going to John, followed by Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Chris, and Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to Mikeik. And then here we go. We have the silver Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Nick. Brett, you definitely do have a Justin Fields patch. And we're on to the last pack here in this break. We have Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to Chris, followed by Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Jared. And then I am Groot of the Buffalo Bills going to Damon. And then another auto, and this one is going to be Chris Evans, and that is out of 25. Chris Evans out of 25 of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared. We have the filler right there, followed by Tamaron Terry of the Seattle Seahawks going to Beck. Then we have Patrick Surtain II of the Broncos going to T-Man, followed by a Justin Fields select of the Bears going to Cynthia, and Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Kyle. We have Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Kyle, Justin Fields of the Bears going to Cynthia, Zach Wilson of the New York Jets to Nick, Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay to Jason, Zach Wilson of the Jets to Nick, and another Kyle Trask to Jason. And here we go with the featured cards. We've got Darren Hall and Siki Foku of the Simi Fiuku of the Dallas Cowboys, and Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons. Darren Hall going to Jared, and Simi Fiuku of the Cowboys going to Howard. Then we have the Kadarius Toney substantial swatches, rookie swatch of the New York Giants going to Damon. And here we go, 12 out of 25. It is Chris Evans. Chris Evans of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Jared. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 968. End of break 968 right there. Alrighty, let's do another movie keyword right here. Are you ready, John? Alrighty, the keyword is river. Apocalypse Down, Expendable 2s are incorrect. Extraction is correct. Shannon's got it. Shannon's got it with Extraction. Let's see what she's got. And someone else had guessed Extraction, but they were too late last time. We have the 2019-20 Chronicles for Shannon. We have Ja Morant of the Grizzlies, PJ Washington, Cameron Johnson, DeAndre Hunter, and Darius Baisley. Not a bad pack right there. And you know what? We're going to drop another blaster box into the giveaways right here. We're going to drop this Donruss Optic right into the giveaway. You have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right in there. That giveaway pot is pretty big. Alrighty, the next break is going to be a baseball break. It is not scheduled to start until 11:10, so we are going to take a 5-minute break, right here. Take some time during that break to go check out some more of the Chronicles DP that we have left, the Chronicles draft picks left, 19 spots left in a team random, 30 spots left in a pick your team. And you can check out all of our football collections right there. Looking to see what's close to filling. We got the Prism Football Hobby 1-box pick your team plus random that's getting close to filling. You know what? If we fill that tonight, we will give away a Prism Blaster Box. We will randomize an entire Prism Blaster Box to one of the members in that break if we fill that tonight. Then we have a Prism Basketball Hobby 1-box 3-team random with 5 spots left as well. Alrighty, we will see you in 5. Alrighty, and we are back and ready to rock and roll. Rock and roll with some select baseball, but first we've just got to do some quick auctions here. First, we are going to auction off the Colorado Rockies. The Colorado Rockies for $5. Starting at $5 right there. Cliff with 5. Do we have 10? Do we have 10? All right, we are going to count this down. 30 seconds on the clock. Cliff has them. Cliff, the link is in the chat to drop the PayPal. And then the next team we're auctioning off is the New York Mets. The New York Mets, and we're doing that for $5. $5 from Bryce. Do we have 10? You paid for the Mets? Let's 1 second. We will double check that. Hold off, Bryce. We updated it as of like 11:10. So 1 second. One moment. Sorry, folks. We're just double checking that right now. This is break 969. Nope, you didn't have the Mets in this one. Yep, you did not have the Mets in this one, Caden. I think you're thinking 964. The Mets were had by someone else that has not paid yet. I just double checked that. Alrighty, New York Mets up for auction, $5. No worries. Eldon, you can bid on them right now. John, can you drop the message? I got it, actually. Bidding has begun on the New York Mets. $5. $5.
Bryce already did 5.
What? Let me double check. We're still showing that you did not pay. It's still showing as waiting for payment. You paid for the Mets. You did pay for the Mets in you paid for the Mets in break 964, but you never paid for the Rockies or the Mets in break 969. We're still showing that you're waiting for, we didn't receive payment. So at this point, we have to auction it off since we already auctioned off the Rockies to Cliff. Bryce, you are currently at $5. Bryce is at $5. Yeah, Eldon, it's too late. I apologize. We do say that you have to pay an hour before the break time. We'll get that refunded for you. We've already auctioned off, and someone's already paid for one of the spots because it hadn't been paid. The New York Mets for $5. Bryce currently has it. Bryce currently has it. Do we have $10 on the Mets? Do we have 10 on the Mets? Yep, as soon as it comes through showing it's paid, we'll get that refunded for you. Now it's showing it's paid. You had, it does look like you still have the White Sox, yes. Yes, you do still have the White Sox. Alrighty. $5 for the Mets, 30-second countdown. $10 from Mr. CEO. 10 from Mr. CEO. Mr. CEO, you know what to do. Invoices were sent out this morning at 9 a.m. Between 9 and they were all sent out by 10 a.m. Combined invoices. We send them always the morning of the break. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 969, the 2021 One Box Select Baseball. I apologize about that, and I will get this refund processed to you as soon as we are done with the night and I can get on eBay. Colin Wong with Milwaukee and Shane McCallahan of Tampa. Yeah, I apologize. I'll get that refund for you immediately. So as soon as we take a break and I can log into eBay. My voice has to be put on. I don't know what that means. We have Luis Campusano, RC patch of the San Diego Padres going to Richard. Going to Richard. Followed up by the JT Realmoto Stars of Philadelphia and then Nick Madrigal of the Chicago White Sox. I'm confused by the question, Cloud9. Alrighty. Here we go. We have a filler in this one. Luis Garcia of the Washington Nationals. And we have Trent Grisham of the San Diego Padres, followed by a blue Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs. And that is going to be out of 149. Followed up by Jack Flaherty, the Phenoms of the St. Louis Cardinals, going to Patrick. And then Victor Gonzalez of the Dodgers. And that is going to Austin. We have Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is going to be going to Brandon. Followed up by Alex Kirilloff of the Minnesota Twins, going to Jesse. And then we have Albert Pujols. Albert Pujols out of 150, and that is the Los Angeles Angels, and that is going to Terry. Congrats, Terry, right there. Sandor Perez of the Kansas City Royals, followed by Francisco Lindor of the Mets. Then we have Yu Darvish of the Padres, followed by Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Eloy Jimenez of the White Sox, and then the silver Christian Javier RC of the Houston Astros going to Austin, followed by Walker Buehler of the Los Angeles Dodgers. And that is going to Austin as well. We have Jorge Guzman of the Miami Marlins going to IKA. Rafael Devers of Boston. And then we have out of 199, the rookie patch auto, Luis Garcia. And then we have a Christian Pache Sensations of the Atlanta Braves, and that's going to Brian, followed up by Anthony Rendren of Los Angeles. We have Jemai Jones of the Baltimore Orioles going to Brian, followed by Anole Paredes of the Astros going to Austin. And then we have another memorabilia. This one, another rookie patch auto, and that is David Peterson of the New York Mets going to Mr. CEO out of 299. Then we have Pete Alonso of the Mets, Moonshots, followed by Nelson Cruz of the Minnesota Twins. Kyle Tucker of Houston, followed by Jorge Oña of the San Diego Padres. And that is going to Richard, followed by Alex Verdugo of Boston, Andre Scrub of the Houston Astros going to Austin. Justin Tucker of the Dodgers, followed by Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins. And then we have a Lightning Strikes select Adley Rutschman of the Baltimore Orioles, and that's going to Brian. Then we have Zach Gallen of the Diamondbacks and Daniel Johnson of Cleveland going to Josh. We have Max Fried of Atlanta and Who Lives, Who Dies, Who Tells Trevor's Story of the Colorado Rockies. And then we have the lime green out of 99, Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins going to, and then Jose Ramirez of Cleveland and Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays going to Michael. 3 packs left. Max Scherzer of the Nationals, Juan Soto of Washington, a Chris Bryant of the Chicago Cubs going to Austin, followed up by Matt Chapman of Oakland and Bobby Dalbec of the Boston Red Sox RC going to Richard. 2 packs left in this one. Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Jim. Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs, followed by Christian Pache of the Atlanta Braves going to Brian. And then we have the tricolor Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels going to Terry, followed by Tucker Davidson of the Atlanta Braves going to Brian. We have 1 pack left. Eldon, you should have got that refund, but Dan just processed that for you. Thank you, Dan. We have Fernando Tatis of the Padres, followed by Letty Taveras of the Texas Rangers. Then we have a red Evan Longoria of the San Francisco Giants going to Brian, and that's out of 199, followed by Drew Rasmussen, RC, and then Vladimir Guerrero of the Toronto Blue Jays. So let's run these down. Drew Rasmussen of the Milwaukee Brewers going to Brandon. Letty Taveras of the Texas Rangers. Tucker Davidson of the Braves going to Brian. Joe Adele of the Los Angeles Angels going to Terry. Christian Pache of the Braves going to Brian. Rafael Marchand of the Philadelphia Phillies going to Renee. Bobby Dalbec of the Red Sox going to Richard. Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays going to Michael. Monte Harrison out of 99 of the Marlins going. Then we have Daniel Johnson of Cleveland. Monte Harrison of the Marlins. Andre Scrub of Houston going to Austin, followed by Jorge Oña of the Padres going to Richard. Enola Paredes of Houston going to Austin. Jahmai Jones of Baltimore going to Brian. Christian Pache of Atlanta going to Brian. Jorge Guzman going to Miami. Christian Javier of Houston going to Austin. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Jesse. Drew Rasmussen of the Brewers going to Brandon. Victor Gonzalez of the Dodgers going to Austin. Luis Garcia of the Nationals going to Joe. And Nick Madrigal of the White Sox going to Eldon. And Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay going to Richard. Yeah, I apologize about that right there, Alden. I'm very, very sorry about that confusion and how that worked out. We have two memorabilias both out of 150. Albert Pujols of the Los Angeles Angels going to Terry, and Luis Campusano of the Padres going to Richard. And then we have 2 rookie patch autos. We have Luis Garcia of the Nationals and David Peterson of the Mets. David Peterson going to Mr. CEO and the Luis Garcia going to Joe. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of break 969. Alrighty. We will be right back from BT Park, or the hardwood. Alrighty, here we go. The Revolution Basketball Break 970. We have to auction off the Denver Nuggets. We will start the bidding for them at $5. $5 from Harry. $5 from Harry. Do we have 10? We're going to start this countdown. 30 seconds on the clock. Mr. CEO has it with $10. Mr. CEO, you know what to do. Drop the payment in the link provided. In the meantime, folks, River. Type River in the chat. Type River in the chat to be entered to win. River, River, River. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Harry Hood.
Harry Hood getting the NBA Hoops premium stock. Denzel Valentine of the Bulls, Tobias Harris of the 76ers, Kevin Durant of the Nets, and Robert Covington of the Houston Rockets. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break number 970, the Revolution Basketball one box pick your team auction. We're looking in here for 4 rookies, 4 inserts, and 4 parallels. Yep, the Chronicles hobby will be up next. We have Tyler Hero of the Heat, Jimmy Butler of the Heat, Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets, and then we're going to have a Cosmic out of 100, DeJounte Murray of the Spurs going to Weston. And then we have Jason Tate RC of the Houston Rockets, and that is going to Camille. We've got Al Horford of the Philadelphia 76ers, Kristaps Porzingis, Zach LaVine, a Daniel Arturo. That's a fractal right there of the Los Angeles Clippers going to Harry. And then we have a Vortex Domantas Sabonis. Vortex Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers. Let's get it. We have Derrick Rose of the Pistons, Mike Conley of the Jazz, Kemba Walker of the Celtics, a rookie revolution, Josh Green of the Dallas Mavericks going to Terry. And then we have a Cassius Stanley RC of the Indiana Pacers going to Shannon. Zion Williamson of the Pelicans, followed by Domantas Sabonis of the Pacers, Carmelo Anthony of the Portland Trailblazers. Then we got that Drew Holiday groove right there. Drew Holiday groove of the Milwaukee Bucks going to Luis. Followed by a rookie revolution, Devin Vassell of the Spurs going to Weston. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Thunder, Colin Sexton of the Cavs, D'Angelo Russell of the Timberwolves, the Domantas Sabonis groove of the Indianapolis Pacers going to Shannon, followed up by Tyrese Maxey of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Carl. We've got Aaron Gordon of the Magic, followed by Andre Drummond of the Cavs, Kyle Kuzma of the Lakers, and a Kelly Oubre Jr. Astro of the Golden State Warriors going to Nolan, followed up by a Vortex Kyle Lowry of the Portland Trailblazers going to Adam. Davis Bertans of the Washington Wizards, followed by Victor Oladipo of the Pacers, Brooke Lopez of the Bucks, followed by a Jameis Ramsey RC of the Sacramento Kings, and then a Tyrese Halliburton. That Jameis Ramsey's an Astro, and that Tyrese Halliburton, the base RC of the Kings, going to Carl. Alrighty, our last tack right here. We have Lou Williams of the Clippers, CJ McCollum of the Trailblazers, 21 out of 50, the Allen Iverson Fractal Auto. And that is going to Carl with the 76ers. Nice auto right there. Followed up by the Chris Middleton Astro of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that's going to Lewis. And then a Shockwave Revolution, Rudy Gobert of the Jazz. Alrighty. So we've got the Vortex Domantas Sabonis, a Groove Jrue Holiday with the Bucks, followed up by a Groove Domantas Sabonis with the Pacers, followed up by another Vortex Kyle Lowry of the Toronto Raptors going to Harry. And then we have Chris Middleton of the Milwaukee Bucks, and that's going to Luis. And then Rudy Gobert, the Shockwave Revolution of the Jazz, going to Harry. Now let's run down these rooks. We got Tyrese Halliburton and Jameis Ramsey. That Jameis Ramsey is going to be an Astro. Both of those going to Cloud9 card collections. Followed by Kelly Oubre Jr. Astro of the Golden State Warriors. Oops, that's not a rookie. Then we have Tyrese Maxey, the Philadelphia 76ers, going to Cloud9. Devin Vassell, Rookie Revolution of the Spurs, going to Weston. Cassius Stanley of the Pacers going to Shannon. The Rookie Revolution, Josh Green of the Mavericks to Terry. Daniel Oturu of the Clippers. Going to Harry. And Jacine Tate of the Houston Rockets and that is going to Camille. Alrighty, folks, and it is your 23-minute warning. 23-minute warning. Get your anything that breaks before midnight. Anything that fills before midnight will break. Anything that fills after midnight won't break until Wednesday. We have the DeJounte Murray out of 100, 3 out of 100 of the Spurs, and that is going to Weston. And then the big boy hit. Practice? You talking about practice? It's Allen Iverson of the Philadelphia 76ers going to Cloud9 Cards. And that's out of 50. Nice hit right there. And that's the end of break 970. Alrighty, that's the end of break 970. What we're going to do is we are going to get into our next movie keyword giveaway. It's the new movie, John. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Here we go. Invasion is the keyword. Awake is incorrect. Nobody's incorrect. Extinction is incorrect. No, extinction is right. Wow, sorry. I was looking at extraction, and extinction is correct. Wow, Shannon. Back-to-back hits right there. And we got you a Panini Prism pack right here. Marlon Mack of the Colts, Terrell Williams of the Raiders, Kenny Moore of the Colts, and an unstoppable Nick Bosa of the 49ers. Alrighty. Well, folks, we will be back in 5 minutes to get ready for this Chronicles break 971. There is no teams that need to be filled there. I suggest taking that 5 minutes to go check out BreakTraders.com. Use promo code NEWBT if you haven't purchased from there yet for 20% off your first purchase. You always get 10% off 3+ orders. We can also get more Chronicles DP moving for 30% off right there. But we have coming up 4 breaks scheduled. We will see you in 5 minutes. Alrighty, we are back. Yeah, Sean, the homepage is super frustrating. So basically, if we have over 50 breaks available, it won't show things on the homepage. Or it picks and chooses what it shows on the homepage if we have over 50 breaks available. So because we have like a wide variety and wide options of breaks available, it has that over 50 and it's like some sort of algorithm, and it's not something that we can, we don't have any say over it. It's incredibly frustrating. So I apologize about that.
What was that?
I don't know, it just everything flashed for a second, but we're back and good. Alrighty, we will do the giveaway, the randomization of invasion. Type invasion in the chat if you haven't already. All right, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Lucas.
And Lucas is going to get a 2019-20 Chronicles. All right, we've got James Harden of the Houston Rockets, followed by Darius Garland of the Cavaliers, Kendrick Nunn of the Heat, Brandon Clark of the Grizzlies, and LeBron James of the Lakers. There we go. 13 minutes left to fill that break. 13 minutes left to fill that Chronicles break. You can take 30% off that with the promo code CHRONDP30. Here we go. This is break 971. The Chronicles One Box Pick Your Team 2020. We've got Aaron Donald of the Rams, Khalil Mack of the Bears, Josh Kelly of the Chargers, going to Tao Lin, followed by Chase Claypool of the Steelers, going to Nolan. Then we have Darnell Mooney of the Chicago Bears, going to Darlow, followed by Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, going to Nolan. Then we have Antonio Gibson, also the Washington Football Team, going to Nolan. And then Anthony McFarland of the Pittsburgh Steelers, going to Nolan as well. We have Jonathan Taylor, base RC of the Colts, going to John, followed by Chase Young of the Washington Football Team, going to Nolan. And then we have, it's going to be out of 25, and that is a blue Prism Black T. Higgins of the Cincinnati Bengals, going to Adam. Whew, nice hit right there. Then we got Chase Claypool of the Steelers, Steelers going to Nolan, Jalen Johnson of the Bears going to Darrow, the J.K. Dobbins out of 99 of the Ravens going to James, followed up by Joey Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Adam, and Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team going to Nolan. Cooper Kupp of the Rams. Cooper Kupp of the Rams going to Nolan, followed by Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson of the Carolina Panthers going to Jonathan. And then here we go right now. Our next card, out of 10. 7 out of 10. Going to Nolan. It is a gold Chase Young. Gold Chase Young. Auto. Holy smokes. That gold Chase Young auto sold for $565 on May 15th. Woof. What a hit right there. Wowza. Oh my Lanta. Then we got Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers going to Jonathan. Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Sean. It's Tua, the Tua Luminance of the Dolphins going to Nolan. Then we have Indianapolis Colts Jonathan Taylor going to John, followed by Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Towlin. Yeah, incredible. Two left in that Chronicles team random. Dan Marino of the Dolphins. Then we have a Joe Burrow base of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Adam. Followed by Jalen Hurts of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Adam. Then we have Julian Blackmon of the Colts going to John. KJ Hamler of the Broncos going to Sean. Followed by a out of 10 Isaiah Simmons of the Arizona Cardinals going to Cynthia. Wow, we are rocking in this box. And then a Prism Black Laviscus Chenault Jr. of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Sean. And then a Clear Vision T. Higgins of the Bengals going to Adam. And we got 2 packs left. Frank Gore of the Jets, followed by Drew Lock of the Broncos and Russell Wilson of the Seahawks. Then we got the Justin Jefferson of the Vikings going to Mike. Cole Kmet of the Bears going to Dario. Saquon Barkley out of 199 of the Giants going to Cynthia. Jalen Reagor of the Eagles going to Adam. Followed up by Justin Jefferson of the Vikings going to Mike. We have DJ Chark of the Jaguars, followed by Kurt Warner of the Cardinals. And then we're going to have a Chris Godwin out of 299 of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Andrew. Followed up by Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly of the Los Angeles Chargers going to Tao Lin. Chase Claypool of the Pittsburgh Steelers going to Nolan. And then it is a Prism Black Purple Clyde Edwards-Helaire. That is out of 125. And that is going to Nolan with the Chiefs. Then we have Tua of the Dolphins and Darnell Mooney of the Bears. I'm sorry, Ken, that we didn't get you that CD you were looking for. But yes, Sean, what a box is right. Let's run down these rookies. Darnell Mooney of the Bears going to Dario. Tua of the Dolphins going to Nolan. Chase Claypool of the Steelers to Nolan. Josh Kelly of the Chargers to Towlin. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings going to Mike. Jalen Reagor of the Eagles going to Adam. Cole Kmet of the Bears going to Dario. Justin Jefferson, we did, Harry, in the Chronicles earlier. Justin Jefferson of the Vikings going to Mike. T. Higgins of the Bengals to Adam. KJ Hamler of the Broncos going to Sean. Julian Blackmon of the Colts to John. Jalen Hurts of the Eagles going to Adam. Joe Burrow of the Bengals to Adam. Josh Kelly of the Chargers going to Towlin. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts to John. Tua of the Dolphins going to Nolan. Jerry Jeudy of the Denver Broncos going to Sean. Followed by Jordan Love of the Packers going to Jonathan. Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team to Nolan. Joe Burrow of the Bengals to Adam. J.K. Dobbins out of 99 of the Ravens to James. Jalen Johnson of the Bears going to Dario. Chase Claypool of the Steelers going to Nolan. Chase Young of the Washington Football Team to Nolan. Jonathan Taylor of the Colts to John. Anthony McFarland of the Steelers to Nolan. Antonio Gibson of the Washington Football Team to Nolan. Chase Young to Nolan. Darnell Mooney of the Bears going to Dario. Chase Claypool of the Steelers to Nolan. And Joshua Kelly of the Chargers going to Towlin. And we have closed break 801. Alrighty, let's grab these features. We have the out of 10 Isaiah Simmons. They will bracket with the Laviscus Chenault of the Jaguars and the Clyde Edwards-Helaire purple prism out of 125. Clyde Edwards-Helaire going to Nolan. Isaiah Simmons to Cynthia. And Laviscus Chenault with the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Sean. Then we have the Chris Godwin out of 299 patch of the Tampa Bay going to Andrew, followed up by a blue T. Higgins out of 25. The blue T. Higgins out of 25 and the gold Chase Young out of 10. Whew! What autos right there. T. Higgins with the Bengals going to Adam. And let me check what that's running. We'll mag that T. Higgins up too. That's looking like a nice $100 card right there. What a break. What a box. Alrighty. What a box that was. That's the end of 971. And next up, we have break 911.
Did you say it was an emergency?
Break 911 right here. Let's dive right into it. It's break 911, the 2021 Prism Draft Picks Hybrid Division Random. And here we go. We're going to randomize the amount of times right here. 8 times. This is break 911. 8 times on this randomization. Boom. There we go. We have Mike with the AFC East and AFC North, Cynthia with the AFC South, Haley with the AFC West, Jack with the NFC East, Cliff with the NFC North, Adam with the NFC South, and Jags 24 with the NFC West. And we'll get those teams loaded up. Carl, we are live. Alrighty. Yes, the link to the snake is in the chat right now. Would love to try to end the night with a snake. Right now we only have one response, and it's for Diamond Kings Baseball. Would happy to end it with a snake, though, as well. Alrighty. Let's rock and roll with this. Jarvis Landry, Justin Herbert, Joseph Osai, the blue, and that is going to be not numbered right there, but that Joseph Osai of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Ernest, followed by Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles, followed up by Trevor Lawrence of the Jacksonville Jaguars going to Cynthia.
We can update it there if you...
Oh, okay. Cam Akers of the Rams, Myles Garrett of the Texas A&M, Matt Stafford of the Rams, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons, and Trey Sermon of the 49ers. Will Fuller, followed by Drew Brees, Dazzy Newsome of the Chicago Bears, going to Cliff, followed by Jalen Waddle, Crusade of the Dolphins, going to Mike, and an All-American Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos, going to Haley. We have Michael Pittman Jr., Drew Lock, Keenan Allen, Sean Wade of the Ravens, and Raheem Boyd of the Detroit Lions. Alrighty, we're getting some movement on these snakes. We got people interested in the Donruss Optic Mosaic Prism Football Blaster snake for 60, and then a Chronicles Draft Picks Mix Blaster, or Chronicles Draft Picks snake for 50. Both of those have 4 votes. Zeke Elliott of The Ohio State University, Calvin Ridley. Then we have Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Jack, followed by Sage Surratt of the Detroit Lions to Cliff, and Kellen Mond of the Minnesota Vikings to Cliff.
Get enough of the same people for both of them. Can we do a mixer?
We could technically do that, but that would be a tough battle for the snake in terms of who you choose. Joe Burrow, Odell Beckham, Josh Kelly, Jeremiah Uwasu Kimura of the Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara of the Cleveland Browns going to Mike. And Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles going to Jack. Matt Stafford, followed by Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson II, J.C. Horn of the Carolina Panthers, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr., also of the Carolina Panthers. Chase Young, followed by DK Metcalf. Chase Young again. A Crusades Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Mike. And Dylan Moses of the Jags going to Cynthia. Aaron Rodgers, followed by Jalen Reagor. Then we have Tyler Vaughn's RC. Tyler Vaughn's of the Indianapolis Colts, followed by Travis Etienne of the Jaguars, and Marquez Stevenson of the Buffalo Bills going to Ernest. Sam Darnold, followed by James Robinson, and then we're going to have an auto, and that is Damar Hamlin. Damar Hamlin of the Buffalo Bills going to Mike. Followed by a Crusade Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Mike, and then Najee Harris of the Steelers to Mike. We have Darren Waller, followed by Deshaun Watson, a Crusade Kadarius Toney of the Giants going to Jack, and a regular Kadarius Toney to the Giants, and then Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Mike. For the people interested in the Chronicles draft picks snakes, or the Prism Mosaic Blaster snake, can you just let me know how many spots you would take? T. Higgins, followed by Ronald Jones II. Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Mike. Jamar Chase of the Bengals to Mike. And Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers going to Mike. Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers to Mike, followed by Jamar Chase of the Bengals, also going to Mike. Gregory Rousseau of the Bills going to Ernest. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Mike. Kadarius Toney of the Giants, both that and the Crusade version, going to Jack. Najee Harris of the Steelers to Mike. Zach Wilson of the Jets going to Mike. Marquez Stevenson of the Bills to Mike. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars going to Cynthia. Tyler Vaughn's of the Indianapolis Colts going to Cynthia. Dylan Moses of the Jags to Cynthia. Najee Harris of the Steelers going to... Najee Harris of the Steelers going to Mike. Terrace Marshall Jr. and J.C. Horn of Carolina going to Adam. Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles going to Jack. Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara of the Browns going to Mike. Kellen Mond of the Vikings going to Cliff. Sage Surratt of Detroit going to Cliff. Micah Parsons of Dallas going to Jack. Raheem Boyd of the Detroit Lions to Cliff. Sean Wade of the Ravens going to Mike. Patrick Surtain of the Denver Broncos going to Haley. Jalen Waddle of Miami going to Mike. Daz Newsome of the Chicago Bears to Cliff. Trey Sermon of the 49ers going to Jack's Jags. Kyle Pitts of the Falcons going to Adam. Trevor Lawrence of the Jags to Cynthia. And Kenneth Gainwell of the Eagles to Jack. And then Joseph Osai of the Bengals going to Mike. And then our big hit, our auto, it's Damar Hamlin of the Buffalo Bills going to Mike. And there we have it, folks. That's the end of break 911. Wee, wee, wee. Alrighty. We're going to move right along here. But first, we will do our next keyword giveaway. John, whenever you're ready. John's ready. The keyword is war. What?
This is a good random. That says it's BRT.
Tomorrow we're incorrect. The outpost incorrect. I apologize, folks. Somehow we screwed up when we put in the name of the break on the bottom. That is a division random. We will fix that right now. Sorry about that, folks. All right, the movie giveaway guessing has to be over. Movie giveaway guessing has ended. Alrighty. Here we go. This is break 944, the division random of Chronicles draft picks. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize this. That's 6 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Boom, there we go. No problem, Mike. Great to see you. Alrighty. We have Lucas with the AFC East, AFC North, NFC East, T-Man with the AFC South and West, and Mr. CEO with the NFC North, NFC South, and NFC West. We will get those teams loaded up, and then we will fire away. Alrighty, let's rip. We have Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to Cynthia. Oop, nope, not to Cynthia, sorry. Elijah Molden of the, looking at the wrong list. Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to T-Man. Chubba Hubbard of the Panthers to Mr. CEO. Devonta Smith of the Eagles going to Lucas. And then we're going to have our first First one right here, and it is going to be a monster patch, full coverage of Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Lucas. Followed up by a Zach Wilson recon of the New York Jets going to Lucas. Then we have Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers. Kylan Hill of the Green Bay Packers going to Mr. CEO. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Lucas. And Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to T-Man. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Lucas. Followed up by Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to T-Man. And Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Lucas as well. And then we're going to have an auto. And it is going to be Tony Fields II from West Virginia. And now a member of the Cleveland Browns, and that's going to Lucas. Here's a filler right there, followed by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles. And then we have an Illusions, Patrick Surtain out of 149 of the Denver Broncos going to T-Man, followed by a Gregory Rousseau of the Buffalo Bills going to Lucas, and Trey Sermon of the 49ers going to Mr. CEO. Michael Carter of the New York Jets going to Lucas, followed by Rondale Moore of Arizona. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. Then we got Devonta Smith out of 99. Devonta Smith out of 99 of the Eagles going to Lucas, followed up by Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Mr. CEO. Then we have a Kwity Paye of the Indianapolis Colts going to T-Man, followed by Chris Evans of the Houston Texans going to T-Man, and Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Mr. CEO. And there we are, we're halfway through break 944. And folks, if you're liking Chronicles and want to do a snake of it, go vote for it. If we get over 5 to 6 votes for it, we'll get that created and get that running. We've got Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by Pat Freiermuth of the Steelers, both of those going to Lucas. Then we got Jamar Chase of the Bengals also going to Lucas. And then we're going to have an auto, and it is going to be Cornell Powell from Clemson, and now a member of the Kansas City Chiefs, and that is going to be going to T-Man. We have Dylan Moses of the Jaguars going to T-Man, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers. Terrace Marshall Jr. of the Carolina Panthers going to Mr. CEO. Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Lucas. Followed up by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Mr. CEO. We have I Am Groot of the Buffalo Bills going to Lucas, followed by Demetric Felton of the Browns going to Lucas. Then we have Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Mr. CEO. And then our auto is going to be Amir Smith-Marset of the Minnesota Vikings going to Mr. CEO. Followed up by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers going to Mr. CEO. Devonta Smith of the Eagles to Lucas. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Mr. CEO, and Nico Collins of Houston going to T-Man. And one pack left in this break. We have Javian Hawkins of Atlanta going to Mr. CEO, followed by Terrace Marshall Jr. of Carolina going to Mr. CEO as well. Jamar Chase of the Bengals going to Lucas. Followed up by Zach Wilson of the New York Jets going to Lucas. Then we have Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars going to T-Man. Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay going to Mr. CEO. Another Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars going to T-Man. And a Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Lucas. Alrighty, let's run down our featured rookies. We have Trevor Lawrence going to T-Man. Kyle Trask to Mr. CEO. Trevor Lawrence to T-Man. Zach Wilson to Lucas. Kyle Trask to Mr. CEO. Devonta Smith out of 99 going to Lucas. Patrick Surtain out of 149 of Denver to T-Man. Mac Jones of the Patriots to Lucas. And then we have Zach Wilson of the Jets to Lucas. And now our featured cards. We have our 3 autos. Cornell Powell, Amir Smith-Marset, and Tony Fields. Tony Fields is going to be going to Lucas with the Cleveland Browns. Cornell Powell going to the Kansas City Chiefs and T-Man. And Amir Smith-Marset is going to be going to the Minnesota Vikings, and that is Mr. CEO. And then the big hit here is going to be the Devonta Smith full coverage patch of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Lucas. And there we have it. That's the end of break 944 right there. Devonta Smith not numbered. Yeah, that was especially compared to all the hot boxes that we've had throughout the evening. Alrighty, we'll be right back from BT. Here we go. This is break 995, the 2021 Diamond Kings 3-team random. Let's see how many times we're going to randomize it. That's going to be 7 times. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. We'll let the teams run through once, and then we will get to ripping. It doesn't appear that we're going to have enough interest in a snake tonight. Alrighty, let's get into this. fun, affordable break right here. Luis Gonzalez of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Fernando Tatis Jr. of the Padres, Andres Jimenez of Cleveland, RC going to Gordon, followed by Satchel Paige of Cleveland, Will Crow of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Sean. We have a filler right there. Then we have a gallery of stars, Chris Bryant of the Cubs going to Shannon, a Joe Wood of the Boston Red Sox, and Yogi Berra of the Yankees. Shane Bieber of Cleveland. Going to Gordon, followed by Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins going to Sean. Hank Greenberg of Detroit, and then Letty Tavares of the Rangers going to Shannon. And let's see what we got here. We got the Casey Mize out of 99, the dual patch right there of the Detroit Tigers going to Sean. Then we have an artist palettes, Jack Flaherty of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Sean. A Diamond Kings debut, Brady Singer of the Kansas City Royals going to Shannon. And then we have Chris Bubik, RC of the Royals, also going to Shannon. Carmen Kilbrew of the Minnesota Twins, followed by Alex Bregman of Houston. The Garrett Crochet RC of the Chicago White Sox, followed by Walker Buehler of the Dodgers, and Ryan Jeffers of the Minnesota Twins. And then we have the club. It's Mr. Greg Maddux of the Atlanta Braves going to Sean. Followed by a Tyler Stevenson RC of the Cincinnati Reds going to Sean, and Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles going to Sean. Mickey Mantle of the Yankees, followed by William Contreras of the Atlanta Braves going to Sean. Kristen Yelich of the Brewers, followed by Jesus Sanchez of the Miami Marlins going to Sean. Then we have the Paul Goldschmidt portrait of the St. Louis Cardinals to Sean as well, followed up by Jackie Robinson of Brooklyn, Jackie Robinson Elegance of Brooklyn, followed by Tyler Stevenson debut of the Cincinnati Reds going to Sean. And then we have Cal Ripken of the Baltimore Orioles going to Sean as well. Pete Rose of Cincinnati, followed by Shane McCallahan of Tampa Bay going to Shannon. The Detroit Ty Cobb, Miguel Cabrera of Detroit, and Braylon Marquez of the Cubs going to Shannon. We have a filler right there. And then we have a Legacy Lithographs, and that's Clayton Kershaw of the Los Angeles Dodgers going to Edvin. Followed up by Al Collin of Detroit. And then we have a Christian Pache Diamond Kings debut of the Atlanta Braves going to Sean. Cole Areja of the Texas Rangers going to Shannon. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Shannon. Followed by Aaron Judge of the Yankees and Ian Anderson of the Atlanta Braves. And then we're going to have Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson looks like the Washington Senators, now the Minnesota Twins right there, the portrait. And that'll be going to Shannon. Followed by a Blake Schnell artist palette of the Padres going to Sean. And then we have David Peterson of the Yankees, or of the Mets, going to Sean. And Lewin Diaz of the Marlins going to Sean as well. Honus Wagner of Pittsburgh, followed by Sherton Apostle of the Texas Rangers going to Shannon. We have Joe Morgan of Cincinnati and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of the Toronto Blue Jays. Monte Harrison of the Miami Marlins going to Sean, followed by Xander Bogaerts aficionado of the Boston Red Sox going to Shannon. Then we have Jake Cronenworth of the Padres. Jake Cronenworth of the Padres going to Sean. A Diamond Kings debut, Alex Kirilov of the Minnesota Twins going to Shannon. Five packs left in this break. Christian Javier of Houston going to Sean, followed up by Eddie Stanky of Brooklyn, Cabrian Hayes of the Pittsburgh Pirates going to Sean. Then we have Freddie Freeman of the Braves and Daniel Johnson of the Cleveland Indians, Cleveland going to Gordon, followed by Ozzie Smith Legacy Lithographs of the St. Louis Cardinals going to Sean. Then we have another St. Louis Cardinal right there, and then a Diamond Kings debut, Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles going to Sean. Trevor Story, followed by Estevan Florial of the Yankees going to Edvin. Walter Johnson of the Washington Senators going to Shannon with the Twins. Marcel Ozuna of the Atlanta Braves going to Sean. And then we have a Ryan Mountcastle rookie patch auto right there of the Baltimore Orioles going to Sean. So far, Sean's got both those memorabilia cards. Then we have Alex Bregman, aficionado of the Houston Astros, followed by Devi Garcia of the Yankees and Nick Niter of the Miami Marlins. Three packs left right here. Frank Thomas of Chicago, Bryce Harper of Philadelphia, Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers going to Sean, Charlie Keller of the Yanks, followed by Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees. Then we got Harmon Killebrew of the Minnesota Twins going to Shannon, followed up by Shane McClanahan, debut Diamond Kings of Tampa Bay going to Shannon. Then we have Javier Baez of the Cubs going to Shannon as well. Because we have two of him. So I want to make sure those get sorted correctly. We have Nate Pearson of the Blue Jays going to Shannon, Lou Brock of the Cardinals, and Mike Trout of the Angels, followed by Jose Garcia of the Cincinnati Reds going to Sean, Buster Posey of the Giants, followed by Ty Cobb, the Art of Hitting from Detroit going to Sean. Then we have the Houston Jose Altuve and Rafael Devers of Boston. We have Clark Schmidt of the New York Yankees going to Edvin, followed by Ted Williams of Boston, DJ LeMahieu of New York, Rin Sandberg of Chicago, followed by Sixto Sanchez of the Miami Marlins, Lou Gehrig of the New York Yankees, followed by Cabrian Hayes, debut Diamond Kings of Pittsburgh, and Anderson Tejada of the Rangers going to Shannon. Alrighty, let's run down these rooks. Clark Schmidt of the Yankees going to Edvin, Anderson Tejada of the Rangers going to Shannon, Cabrian Hayes of the Pirates going to Sean, Sixto Sanchez of the Marlins to Sean, Jose Garcia of Cincinnati going to Sean, Nate Pearson of Toronto going to Shannon, Shane McClanahan of the Tampa Bay Rays going to Shannon, Isaac Paredes of the Detroit Tigers to Sean, Nick Niter of the Marlins going to Sean. Debbie Garcia of the Yanks to Edvin. Estevan Florio of the Yankees going to Edvin. Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles to Sean. Daniel Johnson of Cleveland going to Gordon. Cabrian Hayes of Pittsburgh to Sean. Christian Javier of Houston going to Sean. Alex Kirilloff of the Twins going to Shannon. Jake Cronenworth of the Padres going to Sean. Then we have the Monte Harrison, the portrait right there. That should have been in the featured card. Sherton Apostle of Texas. Luis Diaz of Miami. David Peterson of the Mets. Ian Anderson of Atlanta. Minnesota, Alex Kirilloff. Kohai Array of the Rangers. Christian Pache, debut Diamond King of the Braves, going to Sean. Braylon Marquez. Shane McCallahan. Tyler Stevenson of the Reds going to Sean. Jesus Sanchez of Miami. William Contreras of Atlanta. Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles. Tyler Stevenson of Cincinnati. Ryan Jeffers of the Twins. Garrett Crochet of the White Sox. Chris Bubick of Kansas City. Brady Singer, debut of the Kansas City Royals, going to Shannon. Letty Tavares of the Rangers. Monte Harrison of Miami. Will Crow of Pittsburgh. Andres Jimenez of Cleveland. And Luis Gonzalez of the White Sox. Alrighty, let's go look at these featured cards. First, we have two artist palettes. We have Blake Snell and Jack Flaherty. Blake Snell of the Padres going to Sean, and Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals going to Sean. Then we have our portraits. We have the Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals, Monte Harrison of the Marlins, and Walter Johnson of the Washington Senators. Walter Johnson of the Senators is now the Minnesota Twins going to Shannon. Paul Goldschmidt of the Cardinals going to Sean. And then Monte Harrison of the Marlins going to Sean as well. And then we have our two autos, rookie patches and autos. We have Casey Mize of the Tigers going to Sean, and Ryan Mountcastle of the Baltimore Orioles also going to Sean. Nice box right there. Some good memorabilia. And there we have it. It's 995 is over. We've got a mixer, but we are done adding breaks to the schedule tonight. This upcoming break is the last break of the evening. And we will be right back from BT Field to get into that last break of this evening. Here we go. Sounds good, Rob. We'll definitely take that into consideration going forward. All right. First, we have to randomize WAR. Drop WAR in the chat. Alrighty, John, can we get a countdown?
Sure. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is Sean Baldwin.
And Sean Baldwin getting an NBA Hoops premium stock. Jalen Brunson, followed by Terrence Ferguson, Luguentz Dortz, and Kevin Looney. Alrighty. This one is going to be a team random. Here we go. This is the last break of the evening. This is break 801. The Chronicles Draft Picks Team Random. 3. 3 times right there. 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty, we've got those teams loaded up. We'll let it run through once. And then we will rock and roll. Here we go. We have Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Lucas, followed by Ian Book. Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Timothy. Then we got Micah Parsons of the Dallas Cowboys going to Sean. And then we have out of 149, Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. Followed up by Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Lucas. Then we've got Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Adam. Followed up by Rashad Bateman. Rashad Bateman of the Ravens going to Melissa. And Javonte Williams of the Denver Broncos going to Lucas. We have Elijah Molden of the Tennessee Titans going to Melissa, followed by Chubba Hubbard of the Carolina Panthers, and that is going to be going to the Lucas, followed by Devonta Smith of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Lucas, and then we have Javian Hawkins, the substantial swatch, Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Eric. Followed up by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Sean, and Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Jack. And then we've got Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. And then a Travis Etienne out of 99 of the Jacksonville Jaguars also going to Lucas. We have Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals going to Sean, followed by a Nico Collins of the Houston Texans going to Shannon. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals going to Sean. And then we have our auto, and that's going to be Darren Hall out of 49. Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons going to Eric. Followed by Travis Etienne of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Travis Etienne of the Jaguars. And that is going to be going to Lucas. Followed up by Justin Fields of the Chicago Bears going to Sean. Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons going to Eric. And Tylan Wallace of the Carolina Panthers. Sorry, misspoke. Of the Baltimore Ravens going to Melissa. We have the Chatarius Tutu Atwell of the Los Angeles Rams going to Shannon. Jamie Newman of the Eagles going to Lucas. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Adam. And then we have our down and dirty Mr. Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Shannon. Followed up by Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Adam. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Jack. Jamie Newman of the Philadelphia Eagles going to Philadelphia Eagles. Then we got Rondale Moore of the Boilermakers of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jack. We've got Caleb Farley of the Tennessee Titans. Going to Melissa. Followed up by Tamarian Terry of the Seahawks going to Lucas. Then we have Elijah Moore of the New York Jets going to Timothy. And then we have an auto, and it's going to be an in-flight on-card auto of the New York Jets. That's Michael Carter of the Jets going to Timothy, and that is out of 40. Followed up by a Carlos Boogie Basham of the Buffalo Bills going to Chris. Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Eric. Tamaron Terry of the Seahawks going to Lucas. And Pat Fryermuth of the Steelers going to Lucas. And then we have our last pack of the evening. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jack, followed by Azeez Olahari of the New York Giants going to Lucas. Jalen Waddle of the Miami Dolphins going to Adam. And then we have our auto, and it's TJ Vasher. TJ Vasher of the Dallas Cowboys going to Sean. Rondale Moore of the Arizona Cardinals going to Jack. Mac Jones of the New England Patriots going to Jack as well. And Kyle Trask of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to Shannon. And then Travis Etienne of the Jaguars to Lucas. Alrighty, let's run down the featured rookies. We have Kyle Trask of Tampa Bay, Mac Jones of New England, Justin Fields of the Bears, the blue Travis Etienne out of 99 of the Jacksonville Jaguars to Lucas, Trey Lance of the 49ers going to Lucas, Mac Jones of the Patriots going to Jack, Justin Fields of the Bears going to Sean, and Ian Book of the New Orleans Saints going to Timothy. And now on to the featured cards. Out of 149, we have Trey Lance of the San Francisco 49ers going to Lucas. And then we have some autos. We have Darren Hall, Michael Carter, and TJ Vasher. TJ Vasher of the Dallas Cowboys going to Sean. Michael Carter of the Jets going to Timothy. And Darren Hall of the Atlanta Falcons going to Eric. And then our last two cards of the night. We have the Javian Hawkins of the Atlanta Falcons going to Eric. And then the big hit in this pack was the Kyle Trask down and dirty patch of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to Shannon. And that's the end of break 801. And that is the end of the evening. Thank you so much to everyone who came out and joined us on this Saturday night. We've got a great week looking forward to this coming week. On Wednesday, we have our first eBay auction mixers. Some big 3-box mixers there. Make sure you get in on those eBay auctions. We have the Luminance release on Friday. We have the same dual schedule, 7:30 and 10:30 starts to rounds of eBay auctions on Friday as well. Now let's look at these hits. First, the out of 99 Trevor Lawrence Origins right there. That was a great one. A nice hit out of the Chronicles draft picks. Then we had the T. Higgins out of 35 of the Cincinnati Bengals from a Chronicles, 2020 Chronicles. And then the big bad boy hit was the Chase Young out of 10 gold auto. And there we have it, folks. That is the end of the evening. Thank you to John and Dan that were here in-house. And most importantly, thank you to the BreakTraders community. Have a fun and safe 4th of July, and we will see you on Wednesday. And a reminder, the shipment will not be till Tuesday this week. Thanks, and have a great evening.